All right. It is Wednesday, 8 October 2025, setting up for, that's right, Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show and the rest of the DREAGUS Productions shows for tonight. Hope everybody's had a great week. Looking forward to it myself. More to come. That's right. Stand by while I get everything set up and ready to go so that we can have a pre-show for Censorship Sucks and the rest of the crew. Appreciate each and every one of you out there that's tuned in right now and going to be tuned in later. Be a minute or two before I connect up with everybody, but we are live and rolling. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we are on the air. So sit back, relax. We're going to get everything good up and rolling here in just a sec. Still checking those bells and whistles to make sure everything's good to go. Pie Man in the Kick Chat. Who else we got in there? Happier27. Appreciate you guys coming in. David Ponce. Yes. We switching over to there we go. Let me get the call going and set up and talk to, that's right, Censorship Sucks. Let me make them a, let me get them called up right now, right here. John Galt, Bullhorn Barry.
Hey Mark, what's up?
Not too much. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right this afternoon.
You sound a little on the low side on my end, and are you close to the mic, or did things get jiggled around here? Let me
I'm trying to put it on my headset.
Okay. Oh, you didn't have it on before?
No, I can barely hear you. Okay, now I can hear you better.
All right.
Okay.
You're still a little on the low side for me. I don't know. And I have you turned up. There we go. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
There you go. There you go. That's what we needed. All right. Yep. So should have Brent coming in at the first part, right?
No, Angel coming in the second.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Barry coming in for the whole show. And it's Beam, right? Is the name of this company? Beam. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just opening a bunch of tabs, folks. I've got all the articles I want to cover here. Aggregated into one feed, and now I am just opening up all the tabs. So if I'm not talking much, bear with me for a few minutes here.
Yep.
I gotta open them all and then load them all. Try to figure out, I should be getting to the point where
Hey,
okay,
Barry,
now
how
I
you
wanted
doing?
to cover this story. Echo, echo, echo.
Why? Why the echo?
Because it's Barry, man. He's got to come in with some sound effects.
That's not cool. What in the world? Let me see something here. Come on. Rumble, you suck tonight. I don't know what's going on with you. Let me, I need to, well, we got time. I got to take and redo Rumble.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And get us reconnected there. I don't know why it did that, but it did. Let's see here. Do. Yeah. Okay. Looks like I gotta take and restart that one.
Okay, there we go. And there's a lot to go through tonight.
Yep, sure is. I was on last night with what was it? World Pirate Radio Network. Hanging out with them guys last night. See if this works now. What the hell? All right. Well, I finally got Rumble up.
I swear. Oh, I gotta look something up, man.
What you got to work out?
Oh, I just gotta see something here.
All right, well, that's working now. Now let's get the rest of the video stuff up for me. Hello, hello, hello. Who's
Yeah,
there?
how you doing? Yeah. Okay.
There we go. What?
Oops, what am I doing?
Someone's in the waiting room.
Oh, in the lobby?
Yeah, it's what. Angel. There we go. Yeah, he's there.
I'd have to. I don't even have the app open.
All right. Hi, Angel. This is the pre-show. I know we're a little
How's it
early.
Ah, there it is.
You have to unmute your mic.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, you got to unmute. There's a little microphone at the top. It has a slash through it. Just click it, and it'll unmute you.
You're still muted.
We don't
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we see the doggy, but we don't hear you. You got to unmute your microphone, Angel.
I don't think he can hear us.
Can you?
Like, I bet money he can't hear us.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yep. All right. Well, for those of you folks out there on Rumble that don't know, it's 8 October 2025. Welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday shows.
It
Hi,
should work
Angel.
now.
There you go.
Okay, there he is.
Well, no, it wasn't me muted. It's the software wouldn't pick up the mic, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Happens.
So what's going on? How you been?
I've been fantastic, John. How about you?
Been pretty good, man. I can't complain a bit.
Well, if you complain, it doesn't. Nobody's going to listen to you anyway. So,
Yeah, of course, we all know that.
Dragus, how are you? It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah. It's been too long actually. Been doing
Yeah.
pretty good. Um,
I saw your arm. You have a sleeve of tats. Is that what I saw? You look at that.
No,
didn't.
I don't have any tattoos.
Oh,
at
it
all.
looks like it. It's the lighting on your PC.
Isn't that so
Yeah.
cool though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, it's like you were saying, it's been a little bit of a minute, but wow, things have evolved dramatically as you know.
Yeah.
And that period of time, John, your interview could not be more timely. So
Yeah.
wow.
Fantastic.
I'm
Fantastic.
really hoping. I'm really hoping that your integration with Beacon Max into the.
It's going to include this.
Into.
It's going to include this.
Yeah.
So Beam will. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you because I know exactly where you're going, Mark.
Yeah, because this Teams thing.
The thing about it, Mark, is the way that I have looked at it from the very beginning. And if you guys recall that when we talked initially, I said that our vision was vast on what we thought we can do. Frankly, if I can be candid, the bar is pretty low. So it doesn't take that much to be that innovative. But to answer your question, Mark, it makes no sense to integrate the technologies and the patents. So Beacon has 5 patents, 4 that have been approved, 1 that's still pending. And it will, I can only speak around the subject a little bit, but one of the things that I can confirm is that we want to integrate an experience like this for podcast. So podcasting has, as you well know, Mark, very specific needs. Audio is very important. Obviously, screen sharing, things of that nature. Creating a live group like this one as people join is all going to be part of Beam. So it'll be all native. So you won't have to use a third-party software.
Oh, thank God. I mean,
it's gonna take us. I don't want you to get too excited because it'll be the first quarter of next year. So we have a roadmap that we have to complete. But if you hear us when we announce that we launched Embers, which is our virtual currency, then you know that that's our next big project. So so if we announce it, let's say in November, then there's a chance that by December we have something. So anyway, John, how you been?
Cool. I've been great.
I listen to you. Anytime that I see the podcast, I go in and listen to you. And
Excellent.
you make me laugh
it.
with some of your extreme views, but that's all part of the beauty. I mean, you're super honest, so and by the way, you are a moderate compared to some of your guests. So
yeah.
You give a platform to some really interesting people. So, but you have a charm to yourself, John. I mean that as a sincere compliment because. I always put myself in your place, how I react if I heard this, and you're very soft on your correction on the path, and how about this other thing and all that, and you bring it back to sort of a rational plane instead of just saying whatever people say.
yeah.
But I enjoy the show, so congratulations on that, John, because I'm very selective about what I listen to, and I do enjoy your show.
Good. Well, that's a very nice compliment. I appreciate it. And I like very much having you as a listener.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I did notice, Mark, that you are running some of the old interviews, so I listened to myself for the first time being interviewed by John a long time ago. That was very interesting.
I really like doing that. It brings people back in to hear, what they might say later on. So, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. And there's Bullhorn Barry. Bullhorn Barry.
Oh, yeah. He should be here any minute. I'm not sure where he is.
Right here, man.
He's here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, there you are. Good.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. I'm reading the title. So, Mark, you're using your real name?
No, not
You
for
do that?
not for here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
yeah, on the Teams thing, yeah, I guess, but
Yeah, all right.
you know, but
Hey, don't worry about it. No one believes that my real name is Angel, so everybody thinks it's like, a made up name, like John, for
yeah.
example's name. But anyway, let them think whatever. So,
Well, I
So
use
Barry, how you
both.
been?
I do use both, but the thing is, for what I'm doing and what I do, I like to promote the label, Dragus
yeah, of
Productions,
course. Yeah, that makes perfect
because
sense.
it's
The brand.
always been
Yeah,
about the label for me.
yeah, yeah. That's smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I told a couple of my friends that I was going to be on today, I always refer to it as Dragus Productions, and then
Yeah.
mention John. John is the one that's going to be interviewing me. So, and then someone actually, when I said John Galt, he was like, "I've heard that name before." Like, yeah, Atlas Shrugged. Atlas Shrugged.
Exactly.
They go, "Oh, that's right. That's where I heard it." So, anyway. So what's the procedure, Mark? You're gonna do the countdown and all that. I kind
Yeah.
of
What we're
always
gonna
listen.
do, what I'm gonna do here is about 2 or 3 minutes before we take and get going, I'm going to close this room because it's only good for 60 minutes anyways.
Oh, okay, got
And
it.
then I'm going to reopen it. And then you'll hear, us all reconnect. And then it'll be, okay, 30 seconds, the countdown. And then, John will take us into introductions and all that. We thought you were coming in on the second hour, but either way, normally Brent comes in on this time on the first hour, but I guess he couldn't
Okay.
make it today.
All right. I'm glad that worked out then, because
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I could have not done it on the second hour, so that's great then.
I had Brent on
worked
late
out.
last month, and it was 1 week after Charlie died, and they worked together. So yeah, I haven't even really reached out to him yet this month. I'll probably do it in the next day or so. Just say, hey, how you doing, buddy? Ready to come back on? So hopefully he'll be on probably next week, I imagine. He's probably looking forward to it.
He always
always have a
does.
really good
He's a
time.
great guy.
Yeah.
I got to get no. I
So
don't know.
Barry, I haven't heard 2 words from you yet. You there?
I'm just enjoying the conversation, man.
All right. Have you met Angel before?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, I'm sure
Yeah.
if he's listened to the show, he's heard me before as well.
Yes, I have. I definitely
Yeah.
have.
He was just talking about some of my extreme guests.
Yeah, I'm probably that guy.
Oh, I don't think you're the most extreme he's had. So,
No.
but I just have to admire the way that he handles it. I mean, how long have you been doing this, John? Because I bet you it's been a few years, right? If not more.
It's been over 5.
Yeah.
It's
and
going
it
on
shows.
7. You know that?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
So 6
So
years
there
ago,
you have it.
yeah.
There
Yeah.
it is. It's just that sort of soft touch sometimes, that you have to put to just
Yeah.
guide the person.
Well, what do
That's
you,
on a.
Angel? What do you think of Nancy and her show?
I like it. I
Yeah.
definitely like it. I'm listening to the shows more and more because, you stand still today as the only radio show that is 24/7. I mean, you're running the stream almost all the time.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes I don't want to watch somebody. I just want to listen.
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, Beam is my platform, so I want to listen to something on Beam. And then I tune in and I'll listen to a show. And, there's everything from conspiracies. You had told me about this, Mark,
Yeah.
before I even joined the show. You wanted me to be aware of what it was. And, there's a lot of conspiracy, but there's these people, are convinced, and they can be very convincing about, everything from, alien abductions to Bigfoot. And it's very interesting. So I love speculative, type of controversial to a certain degree, facts, and I like people who are very informed about what they're talking and how they defend it. And so for me, it's interesting. So I'm not the type of person that locks myself. This is really sort of, I think, this is a great conversation, but the end of discourse and conversation in our society. I don't believe in that, and so I'm not going to listen to it. That's not really the way we gain knowledge and understanding of each other.
It's a good point.
So Mark, you really bring that forward.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Well, there's also entertainment value to some of it as well. I listen to stuff that I don't believe at all, but I'm like, hey, this is kind of entertaining. Like a movie almost.
Exactly. Exactly. That's
my
exactly
God.
the truth.
It was like a few days ago. I was just listening to my stream, and I was like, there's one of the first shows that I ever did, like 17, 18 years ago.
Oh, Lord. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was like, man, it just brought back some really cool memories. And I miss those guys, Some of them have passed on, and a few of them just can't do it anymore because of, health issues. So we couldn't do paranormal parodies anymore. I even tried to get another crew, but nothing's like the first original, It's like
Yeah. You know who would be interesting if I can suggest someone?
Sure.
Have Geeks Paranormal? She has a channel on Beam. My God, Mark, she goes to haunted houses and brings all this equipment and all that, and has a group of people. It is the spookiest thing I've ever seen. And it's visual, but it's not necessarily visual. You know what I'm saying? So even if you listen to it, you get what's going on, because they have this device, I don't know what they call it, and it records. Meter? No, the one that records voices, like high pitched and the higher frequencies.
That's called a
oh my.
That's called a Frank's box or a ghost box. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
I just I was like, wait a second, I can hear
Phil
the voice
Summers
of
was
it.
supposed to give me one a few years back, but oh man.
You have no fear, Mark, of that, of talking to the dead and all that stuff?
I don't believe in that. That's one of the things.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do believe in psychic ability, but I have if you listen to some of my old shows, it tells you my thoughts about the dead. All right. You either go up, down, or you reincarnate as the same, but your spirit guides. Sometimes, because they're pure energy, they have manias. They can't let things go. Just like us, only we're physical.
It's attachment.
So so you have that, familiar spirits, and because they've been with you from cradle to grave, they can take on those appearances and know all that information. That's
well,
just me.
Mark, I got to tell you something. I've been a proponent of rational science my entire life. My daughter, just to so you can see how I influence my kids, my daughter is a research scientist, and my son got a medical degree from Harvard and MIT, and is a huge investor at a equity firm that finances biotech companies. Right?
Wow.
And I've been a rationalist and in fact very inclined to rational thought my entire life. And then I know I need to stop. And then, Mark, my wife passed, and I had poltergeist activity in my house that others witnessed. Not that I'm going out of my mind, that others witnessed too, and that changed my whole view.
Hey, you want to come in with us later on tonight on Nancy's show? I'll send you the link later on.
I can't tonight, but no, I can't tonight.
Wednesday?
But yeah, but yes, I would love to talk about it. Yeah, I changed me completely about.
Yeah, because
I was like,
we have
wait
a
a
bunch
second.
of friends.
There's no explanation for this.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
And I'll end with this. I was the best man at my friend's wedding, and afterwards we had a party that was just some of the people that have been at the wedding, just his closest friends. And I decided to bring this conversation about poltergeist activity, and everybody had stories. So it's not a solo experience.
Yeah.
It's an experience that a lot of people share. Anyway.
Okay, before we get too far down the rabbit hole, I gotta get us reset in the same room. All right. So expect a call right back. I'm going to close this call and call us right back. Right?
Okay, so I just
Everybody
click
ready?
the link again.
Yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5. Add people. John. Yeah.
Is he here? No.
He's on his way. Here he is.
There's Barry.
No.
And Barry, feel free to include yourself in this conversation.
Yep.
But it's not just it's not as much of an interview as it is a conversation. So please jump in.
There we go.
And he's in the lobby.
Yeah, I brought him in. There you go.
Okay, Angel, what is your title?
CEO of Beam Media.
CEO of Beam Media.
Co-founder and CEO.
Co-founder and CEO of Beam Media. Okay, cool.
Beam Media Corp. Yes.
That's one of the big. And then, do you have specific things you want to talk about?
Whatever you want to talk about, John. We can talk about, the man on Mars, and we can talk about anything you want. I have no agenda.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about that XAI, this new porn venture.
Okay.
I think it's wild that Musk is going down that road, but
yes, yeah.
Anyway, I was just saying to Barry as well. I want to include him in this. Make it more of a conversation between the three of us than a.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've done the interview with you, and
yeah.
But I know you, so it might feel like that when we get started. But the more we get into it, the more it'll turn into a conversation. But I do want to initially kind of get all the stuff you want to say out of the way.
All right, sounds great.
Yeah, tell us all about the new bells and whistles. That's what we want to know.
Yeah.
And what's coming down the pike too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting tech.
Barry, how familiar are you with Beam? Well, you've been to the interview. You heard the last one, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Man, it's amazing how much information we process, how much stuff we put out, and then here we are, 6 months later, and it's like I completely remember
30
that
seconds,
last
John.
interview like it was yesterday.
Yeah, it just feels like yesterday we had you on, but I know it's been,
It's been
almost
while.
a year, right?
Yeah, it was last year for sure.
Yeah. I'm always excited when we get you in. Here we go. Here's your countdown, John. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. Wednesday night edition. Of course, I've always got with me my co-host, Barry. What's going on, Barry?
Just ready for the conversation, man. It should be very interesting tonight.
Yeah. I'm gonna blow your mind, brother. The other guest we have here, of course, is Angel Munoz, the CEO of Beam Media. Angel, you've been on the show before. Welcome back. How are you? What's going on?
I'm phenomenal, John, and thank you so much for having me back on the show and for your kind invitation to chat with you again, and of course with Barry also. Bullhorn Barry.
Not only are you the head of Beam Media, but you're also a regular listener. So we appreciate that so much.
Yes. Yeah.
So you know what you're getting into. All right. So you've got some things going on over there at Beam. First of all, why don't you explain to the people that aren't familiar with your company exactly what you guys do?
I'd be happy to. We launched Beam back in April 24th of 2024. We did it on purpose for 2424 because it sounded nice, and I am, and you've had me before on the show, and I was talking about what we wanted to accomplish and all that, but now I can say something unequivocally that Beam has become the largest multi-streaming platform in the world.
Really?
Yes, we support up to 85 live streaming platforms across 165 countries. And since the last conversation around the time that you and I had spoken, Beam has grown nearly 10,000% and has over 200,000 user accounts and over 10,000 live streams. So we're very excited about that because that all happened through word of mouth. We have not done any marketing yet.
That's fantastic. And what exactly does your site do for multi-streaming? Explain that to people.
So multi-streaming is a concept that we call uni-streaming. It's the name that we've named it. And it's to use one platform to reach all the other platforms. So in the live streaming world, a lot of people are familiar with Amazon's Twitch, right? So that's the most famous one. Up and coming powerhouse is now Kick. Another one will be YouTube Live, Facebook Live. There's several different platforms. But what happens is that people silo themselves, John, into one platform alone, and they want to, they stay there. And frankly, they're just betting on one platform being able to do all things for them. We came into the scene and said, we think that you should approach your streaming or live streaming as companies approach marketing. They don't just market into one magazine or one particular thing. They try to get their brand out to as many places. So what Beam does is allow you to simultaneously broadcast your live stream to a number of platforms at the same time. And we still are the only one that does it to such a large number. So to say that you can be on 85 live streaming platforms at one time and while you're on Beam, no one can say that. There's not another company that can say that.
That's incredible. And it's such we use it. I mean, my producer, Mark, we stream this show everywhere. And it definitely helps because, I mean, all of a sudden, boom, you're getting a following on a website you've barely heard of. And it's, it's pretty incredible. And one of the big advantages we see in it is that it aggregates all the chat into one feed.
Yes, we call that UniChat. So that's part of that uni streaming concept that we have, where you can see all the chats from now. I think it's 16 platforms that we now support, and we're announcing 4 more next week. So there'll be 20 platforms that you see the chats in one place, and that doesn't make sense to anyone, John, unless they live stream. So Mark can tell you without question the advantages of that. But basically, think about it this way: instead of having to have all these monitors, which with one chat on each one of them, and you looking around to try to make sure that you are aware of everybody that's interacting with your live stream, we put them all in one place. And then not only do we do that, but we also give you the count across all platforms of how many people are watching you. And we call that UniViewers. So we have UniViewers, UniChat, and now we just recently launched 2 things. One of them is last week we launched the ability to change titles across different platforms. It's in beta testing, and people are really liking it. So that you don't have to go to each platform to change the title of, like, for example, I don't know how Mark does it, but he may change the title of his chat saying that it's, your show is on. And now it goes across platforms. But just a few moments ago, Mark probably doesn't even know this, we actually also allow people to change their categories. So that if you change your category, which is very important, to be in the right category so that you can enhance your ability to be discovered, is you can do it all from Beam. So think about it. Beam becomes sort of the master control for a streamer. And that's what I told you we wanted to build when we talked about a year ago, John.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, it gives that that feeling like you're there. When you can shout out someone over on Kick or someone over on BitChute, and in other words, one of the disadvantages to using some of the traditional methods to restream is you just lose that connection unless you have 10 different chats open and you can kind of monitor them all. So aggregating that all in one place with the recognition of where it came from is just it's a game changer, so to speak.
I think so, and you know, the fact that when you're on Beam, you get sort of the universal experience, John, because you see all the chats across all the platforms. So you're not just seeing Beam, you're seeing, you know, Twitch and all of them. And that really, for me, it just gives me a sense of the breadth of, you know, and the quality of the stream, because you see all these people interacting. I was watching a streamer this morning, and she was on several platforms, but she's growing on TikTok. And I couldn't believe I couldn't keep up with it. It was moving so quickly that, you know, the chat that I couldn't, and she was praising the fact that it's all in one place. So instead of being across, you know, different platforms. Yeah.
And it gives you those metrics to know which channels you might want to push specific content to. You know, if you know for a fact BitChute is just blowing up, then, you know, that's kind of maybe your first place to put a video up if you're going to do so. So what kind of things do you have in the pipeline? First of all, what's the website? Where can people actually find you online?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that from the beginning. It's beamstream.gg. So beamstream.gg, yes.
Okay.
For good game. For good game. It's a gamer thing. So for those that don't know, GG in gamer language is good game. So
yeah, it's GG. Instead of typing out good game, they just type GG and then off you
that's
go.
right. I heard that back, and the first time I heard GG and didn't know what it was 19, I'll tell you the year because I remember it, 1996. And somebody used that term, and I had to ask, what are you saying, GG? And that's a good game. Okay.
But the URLs ending in GG have grown massively in the gaming industry. So it's a very reputable. Yeah, if you're in the gaming industry, you see a GG, you know, and that is typically, I would say, a large portion of your audience would be streamers gaming.
That is correct. Yeah, I would say that probably now. It used to be higher, so that's changing because people don't mind the URL. They don't really care. It used to be 96%, and now it's 78% of our streams are directly game related. So we're getting a lot of radio, music, all kinds of different things, IRL, podcast. So that is, and when I say radio, it's normally music, not what you guys do. So, you know, we do have radio stations that broadcast on Beam, and they use the multi-stream to reach all their platforms.
And you have some pretty cool stuff coming up in the pipeline.
We do. We just announced one of the big announcements that we have made was that we merged Beacon, which was one of the companies that I managed and was owned by the parent. It's owned by the same parent company as Beam, but we thought that we could bring. And I alluded to this when you and I talked, but I wasn't able to confirm it at that time. But we merged Beam and its patents and technology, Beacon into Beam, so that we can use all of the technology, the patents and all that to advance Beam. That means integration of artificial intelligence right on the call or on the stream. That means private channels. So we'll have private channels. That means channels that if you want to watch them, you have to pay. Trust me that there's more than pornography uses for that. So, so a lot of people go, oh, well, porn. No, not necessarily so. And it's just going to bring a tremendous amount of innovations and all that. But I think the big thing that we're working on as far as the community is concerned is our own virtual currency, which we've named Embers. And that should launch by the end of the year. And it's going to be really cool, all the things that you can do with Embers. I think it's going to be a huge success and definitely embraced by our community members.
Barry, you've been a little quiet. What's your take on all this?
Well, actually, I have quite a few questions, but I thought I'd throw him off a little bit by asking him a question that maybe hasn't been exactly asked yet. And that is, I'm curious to know as to what is your driving motivation and your driving factor. You are obviously very driven, motivated. You seem to be a mover and a shaker. And so let's get into your head just a little bit as to how you work in that regard.
Wow, that's a great question. I would like to answer that in the context of how old I am. So a lot of people don't know this, but I am 65 years old. So all my friends, or most of them, are retired. And I just felt that retirement is sort of the beginning of the end of life. So I wanted so what motivates me, what gets me out of bed every single day, is the fact that I can make a difference in people's life, Barry. So how can I impact the world? How can I dent the universe, to so to speak? And the fact that I still have the energy and the capacity to do that is just a gift from God, to be able to do that. I think what beyond that, what motivates me is the fact that I have an anomaly that is very unique to me. I cannot see things as they are. I see them as they could be. And that's everything from if I look at a printer, like I'm looking at one right now, I'm saying that's a bulky piece of machine that could be completely reinvented. So because of that necessity to streamline and perfect and anything, an industry, in this case live streaming, that really feeds into my personal psyche. And so I also love interacting with people. And Beam brings that every single day into my life, because I am one of the only CEOs in live streaming, if the only one, I think, by the way, that actually interacts with audiences, with live streamers on their channel live. And I'll stop by and say, hey, and is everything working and all that. No one does that. Yeah. They'll hang out with the big, with their big streamers, and that's it. And but there's people sometimes that have 0 viewers, and I stop by to say hey and maybe give them some advice of platforms that they should expand to see if they can attract viewers. So that's another thing that I get out of it, Barry. Fantastic question. Thank you for asking me that.
Well said. Beautiful.
Now you're going to throw me off, you said, Barry. I'm waiting.
Well, I like that. To me, it's kind of like you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Someone may just see, I don't know, an apple that's rotting, but you see something that could be something so much more.
Hard cider.
Well, if the apple is rotting, you're absolutely right. I see that another tree will grow. So it's going to fall, and the seeds are going to go in the ground, and another tree will grow. So what are we doing about that tree that's growing?
Yeah,
so
it's very optimistic, and I think that's missing a lot in our culture today. There's a lot of pessimism and doubt and unbelief, and just we can't do anything. It's nothing's ever going to change. It's going to be more of the same, and that really doesn't move the needle forward.
No, and that is not the drive of humans. We are the most adaptable, most successful species on the planet. Period. We, for good or bad, we dominate the planet, every single place. And what drove us there? Barry, what drove humans to go beyond the normal? What, from the migration out of Africa into Europe when there was an ice age in Europe? I mean, these are situations that no one in their right mind would put themselves in. But it's that sense of discovery, that sense of what's out there, that is what drives the human spirit. And as we become complacent and accept things just because that's the way they are, then we are sort of participating in the corrosion of the very nature of humans. And so I stand for change. Obviously, it's very clear to anyone that hears my accent and sees my name, Angel Munoz, knows that I'm of Hispanic, descent. I mean, that's what I am. I don't see myself that way. I see myself as a human being. One time I told someone, they asked me, what race I was, and I said, I'm of the human race. That's what I am. And so I see myself as a participant and a co-creator in the experience of humans across the world. And maybe that's what makes me different, Barry. That's what drives me. And my staff learns quickly, because we have new people working for us, that that's the way. It's about how far and can we go, and how can we make this better. It's not about good is good enough and that's it and we're going to move on. So yeah, thank you for asking me that.
That's a great answer.
That charges me up.
Great question. What else you got, Barry?
Oh no. Well, I guess I would be curious as to see if, being so motivated like that, and so many people not being motivated, do you find that sometimes, as far as collaborating, to be a problem, or do you just try to do as much as possible as you can, with yourself and then the people that you've surrounded yourself around that actually kind of have a like-minded goal?
Yeah, when I hire people who are like-minded and want to, and have that motivation and have this, their apathy is to inaction or to be lazy or something like that. So they're driven. But to answer your question, honestly, I do encounter issues sometimes when I'm dealing with other companies with a management, the management style that is mediocre. And I really have a problem with that. It's just like everything, let's not push the limits. Let's not go out of the comfort zone. Let's stay in our lane. And that just, I find that a little bit challenging.
Limiting. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I wanted to ask you about this new XAI project to take over the online dating or sexually explicit AI companions, so to speak. I find this really creepy.
Yeah, I could see why.
It seems so unhealthy, and I'm surprised Musk is diving into it so heavily.
Mm-hmm. So,
I don't know. What do you think of this? Is this just a scourge on the world, or is this just the inevitable future, like it or lump it?
It's a little bit of both, John. AI is developing exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first big example was OpenAI's ChatGPT, and then there's many more now on the market. And what I find that Elon likes to do is he likes to make a lot of noise about what he's going to do, and then see where it falls, and then he sometimes just drops it. But this one I think he's serious about. And I have to tell you that, and this is going to sound super odd, but I don't know if you've had conversations with, and I'm talking voice conversations with ChatGPT's 5.0 voice AI. I'm telling you, okay, John, it sounds almost human. It's almost there. I mean, you can have a conversation, and I like to do a lot of research on subjects, especially when that has to do with human evolution, anthropology, archaeology, things of that nature, and the vast knowledge that it has, right, of those subjects. It's incredible. But what really is the creepy part of it is how natural it sounds. They actually built pauses that for humans will be breathing pauses. So as I'm talking and I'm breathing, you're used to that sort of melodic process of a person taking a breath, right? Like I'm doing right now. They incorporated that into the AI. So it's a little bit of unavoidable, John, that people will become more and more comfortable with AIs, and then they're going to start dating them, and having relationships with AIs and all that, and they get to know you, and they they just become, your perfect companion. And what's wrong is that, and why it will be a little creepy is that human interaction, like the one that we're having now with, Mark and Barry and yourself, John, this is what what it really means to be human.
Mm-hmm.
For us to have different opinions and different views of the universe, and for us to get together and just chat about them. And that sort of uniformity of you're going to get exactly the person that agrees with you on your political views, that agrees with you on your religious or spiritual views, that that's just formed around you. I don't know that is actually going to help us evolve. I think that probably is going to be the contrary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see a way out of it, frankly, because of my own experience with AI is mind-blowing. Frankly, it's mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, my son is the one that turned me on to the voice, because I used ChatGPT like most people use it by typing, and he said you should use the voice. Let me show it to you, and I was like stunned. I was stunned by how human it sounded. And there are different voices you can pick, and there's one that's particularly good. I can't remember the name of it, but it's just very, very good.
Now, to hear the voice, though, you have to have the paid subscription, right?
Oh, of course you do, Barry.
Yeah.
Of course you do. Yeah, I pay them. Of course. Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Because I
should have clarified that.
Well, I use the free one, and I've never been able to access that.
Yeah,
So,
you know what, Barry? I would suggest, as an experiment, to pay it for 1 month and experience it. You'll have a whole radio show to talk about. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I could bring it on as a guest.
Yes, you can.
No,
you can, John. And you can interrupt it while it's talking, and it pauses and listens to you. It's unbelievable.
Unlike humans.
Yeah, like
Wow.
humans.
Talking over you and over you.
That's right.
Oh, wow. Now, one of the
you-
things that must said
I'm
about...
going to do that to you, John. I'm going to interrupt you because I have to tell this joke to Barry. I used to tell my friends how terrible it was, how some people kept on talking while you were interrupting.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, as I was. Anyway, Musk says in this article that he's very concerned about the birth rate, the replacement rate and whatnot for humans, and he's going to try to incorporate this in such a way that it will lead to more babies out there. In other words, hey, I'm only a robot. You should probably go, do this with a human.
I love to see that. If it's so, the right way of doing that, in my opinion, this is just me, talking.
And by the way, we've got just a limited amount of time left.
Okay, so
actually, in fact, you know what? Let's just do this. Hold that thought. I'll ask it again when we come back, folks. Okay. We got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this. My apologies for not watching the time closer.
We are on radio break. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mark, you're a pipe smoker. You don't see that many of those anymore.
I know. Yeah, I've probably been smoking pipes for 35 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and when I don't smoke a pipe,
I love the smell.
And when I don't smoke a pipe, I smoke cigars. I love cigars too. But cigars are kind of my treat over my
Yeah. Your daily. It's not a daily.
It's not my daily.
Cigar.
Yeah, my daily smoke is the pipe because it smells good and it tastes good.
All right, yeah, sorry to cut you off like that. I just looked up.
No, don't worry about it. I'm just rambling away.
And it was going quickly. That's why I lost track of time, because it didn't feel anything like as long as it was.
Time really goes fast on this show anyways.
Yeah. That's what we do. Make the world spin a little bit faster.
Yep. Oh, did you see, Angel? I landed Jack Carey as a host. Jack Carey.
No, I didn't. You announced it?
He's been doing shows with me for almost a year now.
Oh my God, I've missed that completely.
It comes on right after this.
It's a little late for me. Yeah, it's a little late, so that's why.
But you can always catch the replays.
Yes.
Jack's been on Coast to Coast, Gaia TV. He had his own show on Gaia, and now I produce him.
And what
Cool.
is his shows about?
It's called Paranormal Intelligence Agency. He does paranormal news, and what is it? Prophecy, web, computer prophecy was what they do from Cliff High. You know, if you're familiar with Cliff High and the WebBot, he uses.
No, I'm not actually.
Yeah,
But
it's something to look into. You know, the price of silver is going to go up to unattainable. He's Cliff High has been announcing for quite a while now, and
well, today gold exceeded $4,000 an ounce.
yeah,
Wow.
That's incredible. That's unbelievable. I was buying gold back in the early '90s for $300 and $400 an ounce. So it's just crazy.
I can remember buying silver ingots for $7, and now it's almost.
Oh, I remember
50.
those days too. I did it too. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, man, I wish I would have held on to that.
I have, Mark. I just knew it that the world would go a little insane for a little bit with, you know, it's just a division that we were talking about more than anything else. It's people not getting, you know, we should all be part of the conversation, not isolate ourselves.
And a lot of silver and whatnot is used in electronics.
That's why it's
Yeah.
going to be unobtainable, because it's going to be needed for all of the computer products as well as anything with electronics.
And how much of that just ends up in a landfill somewhere? And
Yeah,
really never
so
be
if
seen
you
again?
own a landfill,
You know what I mean?
you are you're probably going to be a billionaire or something real quick. You know. If you
Yeah,
go
when
in
they
there.
figure out how to extract it all.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and today on the gold side of things, was it Morgan Stanley predicted that it'll hit 5,000 before it starts pulling back again. Those are crazy prices, by the way. You just know that is not even. I mean, what is gold? Almost $50 an ounce.
Yeah, 30 seconds,
So-
guys. Anyways,
You mean silver?
Yeah, I remember.
silver,
when,
yeah,
I
silver.
remember when computers took up a whole room, and those were filled
I used to
those
work
were
on
filled
computers
with
like
platinum.
that, Mark.
Yeah,
That's how I started in technology, working in computer rooms like that were super frigid
yeah.
and full of computers.
Here's our countdown, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for, October 8th, 2025. And with us tonight, we've got Angel Munoz from Beam Media, the CEO over there, talking about all kinds of stuff. We were just on the subject of AI and the new, dating version that Elon Musk is working on over at XAI. That will be sexually explicit, all this stuff. And we were, right before we went to break, I asked you about, Elon Musk saying that this would not really hamper birth rates, and what your opinion was on that, if that's even possible. How does something like that even get done? Because it gave me some hope when I was thinking about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the only way that works is the same way that video games worked. So video games are a simulation of reality. If it's clear that what you're doing in the environment that he creates, that it's basically for practice purposes and to interact with an AI and test your techniques, let's say, John, and all that. And then maybe it gives you advice on, how to photograph properly and how to, I think that could be of a major help. I have friends that are geniuses for all practical purposes, John, but they are very inexperienced when it comes to, human interaction. So if it simulates that, and they can practice it, and it has some sort of a grading system. It's actually giving you grades. Okay, this was an F, and this is a C, and this is you aced that one. Then I would say that would be very productive. But if it's to replace human interaction, as we were talking earlier, then that's not going to help at all.
Yeah, you went straight to second base. That's a D- and a demerit. No. And Barry, now I know you got some opinions on this, and I really want to hear them. What do you got to say?
I think that's Elon's way to spin it, to make it sound like it's really something brilliant and amazing and is going to be helpful, when in reality, I think it's designed to disconnect us even more. I would argue that certainly at some levels, at higher levels, there is an agenda to dehumanize. There's what I call the dehumanization agenda. And I think this is all part of the dehumanization agenda. So it's really cut and dry for me. The people that are involved aren't necessarily part and parcel to that. They just may be in it for the money, for whatever, other reason. But
there's going to be money there to spare.
Oh, absolutely. So, but I'm just saying that there is, at a higher level, social engineering going on right now that is basically, and we have the evidence of the dehumanization, because we have the evidence of the insensitivity. We have the evidence of the disconnect. We have the evidence of the isolation. We have the evidence of, how Facebook and all these people did all of these things to basically, just get us addicted to this thing that, was based all on likes and our adrenaline and getting our endorphins up with a like and stuff. It was never intended to help us. And now it can be used to help us. Of course, technology is a double-edged sword. I mean, it's on one hand can be great, and on the other hand it can be bad. And I think, when it comes to technology, I'm just hoping that overall we're using technology for good, because there are bad players that want to use it to enslave us, and in a myriad of ways, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Barry, I'm sorry, Angel?
I have no oppositions to what Barry just said. I think he's absolutely on the money. I think that a lot of companies are motivated by the data gathering on people so they can control them more. And we don't operate that way. Never have. I own a social media network called G Tribe that has a little bit over 6 million people in it. We own Beacon that we were talking about earlier, that merged into Beam. We own Beam. I'm also the CEO of Mass Luminosity, the parent company. We don't operate that way. We want to build humanity. We don't want to destroy it. That's not a win for anyone. So I happen to agree with him 100% with what he said.
Are you familiar with the Internet Bill of Rights?
No, I've heard about it, but I'm not familiar with it.
It's Minds.com has it on their website in their terms of service. Okay. And it's just basically a universal sort of standard of what people should be able to expect from the internet and what rights they should have, to their privacy, to their own data, things like that. And it sounds like you guys are operating pretty closely within, the parameters of that sort of an aspect.
I actually, I decided when I launched the parent company of all these other companies that that it was not beneficial to humanity or to the human condition itself to be pursuing, to sell people's information. We never and will never, as long as I'm CEO of this company, will ever do that, or to invade people's privacy, or to spam them, or to, all of this stuff that is done just as a course of doing business. And, I remember when we started, we used to talk about human power, the power of humanity. And then we actually started with a few principles. Are you interested in hearing them? I'll tell you what they are.
Yeah, go for it, please.
Okay. So here are the principles that I used when we launched our company. We're in the business of helping people, period. We say what we mean and we do what we say. We act with integrity. We embrace change in a DNA of curiosity. We think big and we take chances. We hire and empower smart people who love what they do. We trust and root for each other. We win as a team. And the final one, my favorite, we take fun seriously.
Right. I like that.
That's great. That reads perfectly. So tell us a little bit about what some of the price points are to use Beam.
There's only one, $3.95 a month. So That's it. And you can subsidize that by, you have to put up a credit card before one of your listeners go, oh, they asked for a credit card. You have to put up a credit card, and then you have to stream at least 4 hours a month, which is, a low, a low amount of time in the live streaming world. And then if you do that, if you're willing to do that, then you can select a sponsor that pays a $3.95 for you. And we have Logitech, as you probably know, we have Bits Power. We have several. We have Alexander PCs is an upcoming company that's doing really well on the Beam ecosystem. So you have choices of what brand you want to associate with. If you want it, if not, you can pay the $3.95. It makes no difference to us. Either way, we get.
I actually switched from Logitech to Alexander PC, and
good. Maybe you'll win one of their giveaways, Mark.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That'd be nice.
Yeah. They're giving you, as you know, they're giving away a $5,000 PC at the end of this month. That it's Mark, if you recall, it has Lord of the Rings type of theme. It's a beautiful PC. If you haven't seen it, you need to look at it on the giveaway side. So it's a beast too. So anyway,
yeah.
So that's the price point.
It's a lot better than mine.
It's better than mine too, by the way.
So it's basically free. If you stream more than 4 hours a month, you get the sponsorship, and it's a reputable company we've all heard of.
So and in return, they run a 15 to 18 second ad when you start your stream, and every hour on the hour, basically, they run another 15-second ad. So it's not, go to Twitch, for example, and see how long their ads run. So it's a very, very, I think it's a fantastic exchange. And if you don't want that, if you don't want ads on your, you want to be completely ad free, then you pay the $3.95. $3.95 is a bit, think about how prices are right now. I can't imagine anyone could say that that's a lot of money.
They can't afford that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if they can't, some people can't, Barry, that it happens. So then just get the sponsorship. But you have to put up a credit card, because if you don't do the 4 hours, then you get billed. So you have to do 4 hours a month.
I mean, you could charge a whole lot more, and it wouldn't be outrageous at all in today's.
Our competitors charge for the same service, Barry, that we're offering of multi-streaming up to $200 a month.
Exactly.
So we know what the market is at. So there really is no other option.
It says a lot about your character, though, too. I mean, I think a lot of people, they're in it strictly for the money. Nothing wrong with money. Nothing wrong with making money. But sometimes, like people with yourself, it seems like there's something more to it than just money. Kind of like what you were talking about, like what makes you tick earlier.
I would agree with that, Barry, 100%. Thank you for the compliment. You can't be a force of change if you're not willing to change yourself. I was an investment banker. I was in the money business. I used to own an investment banking firm, Barry. So I was in the money business for many, many years, and I've done very well financially. So it's not like I'm poor or anything like that. But at one point the rat race gets a little bit old, and we want to effect change. And I think that the people who are on Beam, like people like Mark that understands the community, feel the difference, feel that we are motivated by building streaming, and we're about the streamers and the viewers, and not so much about the money. And the money comes, Barry. It's just unbelievable, but it happens to come. So, we're having our best month ever this month. So so it just happens to be that way. Now we do take, another thing is we do take, and I have to be completely honest, we do take a percentage of the money that people earn. We start at our lowest payout is 70%, so we keep 30% of somebody that is at that level, and then it goes all the way up to partners. There's actually 3 levels, and then we only keep 10%, and we pay 90%, which, by the way, makes us one of the highest paying. There's only one live streaming service that pays higher than us. Everyone else, out of the 125 live streaming platforms out there, their payouts are less than ours. So that just shows where our heart is at, We're not about stealing money from somebody that's working so hard to earn it, but about, participating in their success and being happy when they're successful.
Yeah. That's a good way to look at it. And explain us where that revenue comes from, because it's how does Beam generate revenue for them?
So there are different sources of revenue for Beam. There's different categories, but the three main categories that are, evident is we have sponsorships and partnerships with companies, right? So that's one source of revenue. Another one is the people who subscribe, which is quite a big number, by the way. I would say that out of the 200,000 people on Beam, about maybe 10% of them, John, have decided to pay on their own. So they're paying directly for that. And then the last one is the revenues that streamers generate. So if I was on Beam right now, I don't want to be on Beam because it'd be too distracting. I can actually donate money to Mark. It's not a donation. It's we call it also subscription. And I could say, okay, Mark, here's $4.95 or whatever it is. Out of that money that I send them, Beam is going to keep a small percentage, and the rest gets paid to Mark.
Okay. And you say 200,000 users, and folks need to understand that those are all streamers. Those are people that broadcast to, all kinds of different platforms with varying audiences from nothing to, incredibly large. Some of the biggest streamers out there, I imagine, are using your service. So it's pretty impressive when you think of it from that standpoint. You hear, 200,000 users, for YouTube, that's nothing. But for Beam, they're all streaming.
So not all of them are streaming. I wish that was the case, but I would say that on any given moment, we have about 10,000 of them streaming. So, which is still a huge number. By the way, I think, John, I forgot to tell you this so that you get an idea of where we're positioned. So you were one of the first ones to interview me right after I launched Beam. And I had the same enthusiasm as I have now. But I just think it's important for you and your audience to know that Beam is now the 12th largest live streaming service in the world. So those numbers that I'm giving you, they don't sound large, but they put us on the top 12. So there's a lot of small platforms out there, John. So we're hoping to break into the top 10 in the first quarter of next year, hopefully, knock on wood. And if not, we're fine. We'll grow at whatever rate, we'll grow. And we did do something interesting that your audience probably will find very interesting. We hired our head of marketing at Beam. Used to be, he's actually senior vice president of marketing. I just changed his title. But he used to be the head of marketing for Logitech for many years. And he left Logitech to join Beam. So that says it all. What else do I need to say but that?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Let's talk about some freedom of speech here. Signal is signaling that they may be leaving Europe altogether over these new private chat laws that are coming out, where they need the government to have access to the chat that's fully encrypted before it gets sent. And they're coming out and just saying, hey, that's the end of free speech. That's the end of me being able to talk to my loved one and no one's listening in, right? And when we're on an encrypted system, what do you think of all that? Is there hope for Europe?
I think Europe is, it's just they're the epitome of Big Brother. This is a major assault to privacy and to private communication. This country, for people that have a problem with privacy, this country, the United States of America, would have never been formed if the early colonials were not able to meet privately without the crown and the UK listening in. This is an innate right of humans to have privacy. It's not an optional thing. And for them to say specifically, John, that they want a back door to unencrypt encrypted messages is not only weakens privacy, but also weakens all companies that use encryption, because these back doors are open doors that will have to be built into all encryption. This is the most incredible assault, and the UK already made the first move by, everybody has to have an ID. Idea on the internet. I mean, this isn't, and they're not part of the European Union anymore. So this is really a sad day for me to see them do this. We have a platform called Beacon, as we talked earlier, John, and it's completely encrypted. So, and I'm telling you right now, I am not going to comply with that. Listen, I'm saying it publicly. We will not comply with that. So they can kick us out of Europe if they want, but I'm going to go kicking and screaming, because this is not the right way. This is the wrong way.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, my friend. And, we talk about Europe, but it's here in the U.S. too with IDs. Arizona just passed a law on the 1st of this month that requires ID to visit pornography sites. And all it does is just push everyone down to other more, virus-prone, smaller sites. You know what I mean? It's not hard to circumvent.
I just don't understand the mentality. I mean, a lot of, what's happening, John, is the excuse of protecting the young, which, by the way, is not. It's not the job of government. It's the job of parents. I had the same issue. Your listeners probably do not know. Okay, we have three of something. Your listeners probably do not know that I am the founder of esports. And I had the same issue with parents back then. We don't want kids to see violence. We don't want kids to do that. So you educate them. You protect them. It's not our job to protect your children. It's your job. So anyway, I just think a lot of mistakes are being made in this effort to protect the young.
I was just thumbs-upping you because I totally agree, Angel.
Oh, thank you, Mark. I appreciate
Especially
that.
as a parent, all right?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, both of us are parents, Mark, and John. I don't know if you're a parent, but it was my responsibility. I had my kids playing video games when they were young, very young. I next time I can share a picture when you have me next time, and show me my son playing Doom when he was still in basically diapers. And my wife was against it. And I'm like, we either believe that this doesn't influence the brain negatively, or we don't. We can't be on both sides of the equation. And you know what? He's a doctor today. He has a medical degree. It's just not even a thing. So this hypothesis, this illusion, this falsification of the facts that is being passed on as truth, it's scandalous. It really is. So you got me riled up, God.
Good. Well, I'm just entirely impressed and happy that you chose to come on the Censorship Sucks radio show to announce that you will be leaving Europe if they try to make you do this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to change our platform for them. Not at all.
And
zero.
And I mean, it's staring you in the face too. This is not something that's down the pipe.
No. We have employees. We have staff in Europe. This is a problem, a big problem for us. And I am not going to. No, absolutely not. So yes.
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't do much business in China either.
No, zero.
and it's a big, beautiful market. You'd probably love to have, a billion.
We'll have a billion. We should have a billion people.
Yeah,
easily, but no.
And and some of those guys over there, man, they stream for days on end. Have you ever seen those mills they have under the highways where there's just hundreds of people streaming?
I know, it's unbelievable. Yeah, but the thing about it is everything is monitored by the government. So no, I'm out. I'm out completely.
So. Yeah, I'm really, that's a great thing to break that sort of headline here, because you can't stand up to it. You can't sit down for it. You got to stand up. You have to fight back and just say enough is enough. And when Europe loses TikTok and Signal and Telegram and Beam, you know what? People are going to start waking up and going, what's going on here? How come every site I've used my entire life is suddenly banned in Europe? It's China.
Yeah. My dad used to say, John, you need to stand for something. If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. And this is where I take my stand. You know, unequivocally, don't care what my board has to say. Don't, if it affects the bottom line, I don't care. I'll finance it myself if I have to, but I am not going to submit to that crazy policy that Europe is trying to impose to really break encryption, because that's all that it results in. To break encryption. Encryption is the last bastion of privacy, period. No question about it. And if you break it, you basically let evil into the planet. That's all that's going to happen. So, Barry, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, and if you capitulate, they'll just take it further. And that's the real problem, too, is how much are willing to allow them to encroach. We just saw in the UK where Keir Starmer, he said, hey, everybody's going to be digitized. If you're not digitized, he said, you will not work. And we have that video. We can play that in the second hour, John, if you want to. But, you know, that's one step away from what the globalists over at the WEF have talked about. They call it the Internet of Bodies. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, Angel. But okay, yeah. So they could, you know, tie that in next. And then at that point in time, they could be listening to every conversation that you have. If it's on your body, which is what Yuval Noah Harari talks about, then it's like Demolition Man. You know, somebody walks down the street, says something they don't like. Oh, I'm sorry, you've been fined $200, and you won't be able to eat any meat this week. You know, some crazy stuff like that.
And it's crazy to watch this. The Gateway Pundit put out an article a couple days ago, October 7th, The Reimagined State, Tony Blair's Institute's Blueprint for a Global Techno Dictatorship. And the digital IDs, all that stuff is all in there. It's just one step after the other. And they're talking about, what, putting Tony Blair in charge of Gaza? Of all people. So,
John,
I don't know, man. We're going down a dangerous road.
You know, I appreciate that you guys asked me those questions, because I really think that more people in business, especially in the tech industry, need to take a stand. This is enough. You know, if the U.S. government came to me asking for information about my users and all that illegally, I would say no. Okay? Put me in prison, whatever you want to do with me, I don't care. I'm not going to do that. But they haven't. They never have. Only Europe right now is crazy enough to say, yeah, we're going to, you know, we want access to any communication that's encrypted. That's really what they're saying. And that is crazy days, by the way. Those are crazy days.
And you're going to end up sort of being a gatekeeper. In the last few seconds we have left here before we got to leave, I just want to say thank you so much for coming out, Angel, from beamstream.gg.
Yes. Make sure, if you are listening to this, to go to beamstream.gg.
Exactly. Check it out for yourself, folks. I think you're going to love it. I think you're going to like it quite a bit, especially, you know, if you're in this business. It's just ready-made, on the go. We've been dreaming about this for a long time. So thanks very much for making it, and we'll have you back on soon.
Thank you for having me, John.
You're welcome. Folks, we got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break. Thanks, Angel.
Well, you guys got me
right, man.
You guys got me riled up.
Yeah, Angel, I'll send you an email for next week to get on Nancy's show for the link for that.
Sounds great.
All right.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
We'd love to have you,
John. Thank you.
What I need.
Yeah, John. Thank you.
What you got to do is go to Twitter now and write a big old. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. I was just saying you need to go to Twitter now and make a big rant about how you'll leave the EU, just like Signal did.
I don't care. You say it anywhere you want. Barry, thank you for the questions and for your insights.
Hey,
thanks for coming on.
Love the passion, man. It's a sign of life.
Thank you.
Be ashamed of being a little worked up every now and then.
Yeah, you know, my wife of 37 years passed 3 years ago. And I decided right there and then that if I was going, because I always thought I would die before her, by the way. She was very healthy the entire life, and then she got liver cancer. And but what I was left with, you know, obviously a sadness in the process of dealing with that was hard. But what I was left through that experience was my passion for life. So that's what you guys got.
Thank
Thank you so much, all of you, and I'll let you guys continue your show. Thank you again for having me, John.
Thank you.
I'm going to take and go ahead and close this out and get us rolling once again. All right?
Okay. Sure.
That was really good.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yep. See you on the other side, Barry. All right. Getting set up for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday edition. Hello, hello, hello. You there?
Hello? Yep.
There you are. Okay, good to go.
Yeah, I just got... Apparently we've got a big old storm coming through here. Oh, yeah, we do.
Hey, do you want me to play that clip? I can get that clip on my phone. Kia Storm.
Yeah, go get it, man.
We already
Sure.
did it? Yeah, let me see if I can get that real quick.
Hmm. Hey, I'll be back in 1 second.
Yep. Welcome in, folks. Great Conspiracy restreaming us tonight on his platforms as well. Thank you, Upstate Dabber and Axel Borado. Yeah. In the kick chat. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll have more to come here and shortly. We're on radio break right now. This is our long break. Guys are getting drinks and grabbing food, and I'm taking a bite to eat too in between. So, yeah.
Kia Sama! Just had to do that, man.
Yotivation would love you for that.
For what?
I'm back.
Kia
Who are you
Stama.
talking? Oh, yeah. I wanted to do it. I'm glad you did it, though. I was kind of trying to be reserved, because I didn't think he would get our Kia Starmer thing. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
almost,
he
I was
does.
Oh,
like,
he listens.
I was like,
he listens.
I was like 95% there, and then at the last second, I held back, and then you did it, and I go, I should have done it. Should have done it, man. Yeah. Kia Starmer. Kia Starmer. Throw in that little special effect,
That actually sounded really good.
I'll do it next. I'll do it when we bring it up. After you do it, I'll
Yeah.
follow suit. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna play that clip. Had something to do with that, didn't it?
Yes, Kia Starmer.
No, the clip you want to play?
Digitizing humanity, right? He says everyone's got to be digitized. If you want to work, you got to be.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And I love that that angel just came out and said, "Yeah, I'll never do it."
Mm-hmm.
So hey, we got the exclusive, man.
Mm-hmm.
We could pass that on to InfoWars. Say, hey,
Yeah,
man.
right.
That's because, like you said, man, they plan on being in the top 10 by next year. So this is a big play that's saying, hey, I side with free speech. That's big news. That should be on the national scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he says he's the 12th largest ones. I bet you 9 of them are like materially much worse than Beam. You know what I mean? The way their UI and everything works. People are used to them, so they use them. But if they got into the UI over Beam, they'd probably be like, wow, this is so clean. This is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy to see him climb quite a bit. Oh man, you were live?
I can't believe how fast Beam has grown. Because
Yeah.
we interviewed Angel only a few months after he launched it.
Yeah.
Well, he's definitely motivated, and at his age, that's fantastic, man. That's what I like because I'm 60, so I take inspiration from that, as probably all of us do.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's got all the money in the world, and if he doesn't, his son does.
I think he's comfortable. He's comfortable, and that's for a lot of people, that's enough. Some people don't have to be so filthy rotten rich that that's the only way they're happy. Let's see if I can get this to play through.
At the end of this parliament.
Okay, I'm going to have to.
You will not.
I'm going to have to.
Yeah, it didn't sound very good.
No.
I have to pair it. It's not paired yet. I got to pair the two together.
Well,
Okay, it's in pairing.
Barry, if you drop the ball on this, you're never going to live it out,
Yeah. I'll personally message David Hogg tonight.
Yeah. listen to this section of the show. Barry totally screwed up.
Oh, you got to hear this.
I would never, and never hear the end of it.
All right, so we got about a minute and change left.
I'll have it done.
Okay. I'm counting on you, Barry. We're putting out a high quality product here.
Yeah.
You can't be.
Okay, got it now. Let's see if.
You're good? The baby is here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's like that.
Oh,
and
boy.
big, and the
Because
face-
decent,
Yeah,
fair-minded,
it's cute.
There you go.
just to tackle the issues that they see around them.
Perfect.
The truth is, we won't solve our problems.
It's 45 seconds, so I should be able to play the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 45 seconds is nothing.
Where'd you get it
It's
from?
About 2 minutes is where I try to cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you got to say where you got
30
it from.
seconds. Yeah. You can't just say YouTube.
No, it's probably just BBC or whatever.
What about? Oh, let's see. GBN News. It looks like GBN.
There you go. Oh yeah. I had somebody tell me that the remnants of some hurricane are about to head this way.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're alive right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for October 8th, 2025. We had Angel Munoz from Beam Media, or beamstream.gg. You can find him on the web, in the first hour, and it was a fascinating interview. I'm really glad we had a chance to do that, Barry, and you were in there as well, asking some great questions. Pretty inspiring.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. And I love his passion. You and I tend to get pretty worked up on it on occasion too. So I like to see some life in people, man. We need more of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about some of the insanity going on over in Europe in the first hour, and you had the clip. You brought up the clip of Sakya Stama talking about the the new world order that they're bringing into Europe, Big Brother, all of that stuff. Why don't you go ahead and play that? But GBN News?
From GBN News, here it is.
And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that. Because decent, pragmatic, fair-minded people, they want us to tackle the issues that they see around them. And of course, the truth is, we won't solve our problems if we don't also take on the root causes, looking upstream to tackle poverty, conflict. And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out.
There you have it. Mandatory, right? But it's free. It's free, so don't worry about it because, hey, everybody wants something free, right?
Mm-hmm. And on this digital ID, they can store everything about you. You know, your health records, everything. Driving, you name it. What do they want to know about this person? It's going to be right there in one location, a big old database that they can just pull it up and know everything about you right on the spot. So pretty scary stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's, again, you know, these evil forces at the top that are pushing this stuff down, and people like Starmer say, yes, sir, you know, what else can we do? You want me to jump? How high?
Yeah, and it just proves that, you know, once again, we had our finger on the pulse. We've been talking about this multiple times for the longest time about how the globalists want to digitize humanity. And of course, it only grows from there. First, it's a digital ID, and then it's something on you, you know, part of the internet of bodies that we were talking about earlier in the show, which is a real thing, and they want to do.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And you can't tell me that the royal family hasn't been behind this the whole time. You know, for decades now, they've voted against this kind of crap in the UK every time and time again. Lower immigration, you know, get this thing handled. And you got to think there's somebody up there in the top of the top that's telling them, no, we don't care what the people vote for. We don't care what they want. We're going to do what we want to do because we know better. You know, we're the royals. And so we get to decide. So they think they're living in some sort of a democracy, but at the end of the day, it just seems to me like a monarchy.
Yeah, well, they're control freaks. That's pretty much obvious. And the more that you allow the control freak in, the more they will encroach. It's really simple, man. I mean, these kind of people have existed forever. And now with technology, I mean, pretty much the ability to have full spectrum dominance over the masses is a reality. It's just a matter of who gets to have that power. And they're all fighting and vying for it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are. They're all fighting for it. And, you know, Signal stepping back and now Beam stepping up and saying, hey, we're not going to do any of this. And you got to remember, folks, for a company like Beam, they're where all the streamers go to put their content out to all the other places. So for every, you know, one of the 10,000 people they have streaming, that's going out to 10, maybe 15 different platforms. So one person, you know, 10,000, multiply that by 10 or 15. You get 150,000 different live streams that are happening on YouTubes and all over the, you know, the internet that can all be controlled back by Beam. So I imagine he's going to be one of the first people that gets contacted when they start to make these Orwellian, you know, decisions to say, hey, you know, all this encryption stuff is no good. You can't do that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
see you later then.
I think it's super important that he has his resolve in place now because it's actually a very real threat. And I think he recognizes that. We've seen it happen so many times already. It's not as bad in America now that Trump is the president, but it's still happening somewhat in America, and it's certainly happening all over the world. You know, I mean, the globalists have their foothold strategy, so wherever they can get their foothold, they're going to push for their authoritarian doctrine that they think is, you know, some kind of utopia for everybody.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, yeah, we don't want that to happen. So let's hope there's more good people like Angel out there, you know, manning the businesses that are going to be put on the spot, because it's just imperative that we don't let any of that happen.
Absolutely.
As a society.
Yeah, well, we can never capitulate to the tyrants. And we've said that 1,000 times over because, and we see it even in the simplest of things. When you roll over and you capitulate, it actually makes it worse on you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of dealing with crazy people, James Comey was arraigned today, and he pleaded not guilty to lying to Congress, basically, which carries a 5 to 20 year sentence, if I'm not mistaken, or a minimum of I think, especially, I mean, if you're the head of the FBI and you're lying to the oversight committee in your testimony, that should be pretty serious. You can't lie to the oversight committee. They're there for a reason. And if you're doing things that require you to lie to them, then we've got a real problem. And I think he's going to have a real problem.
Yeah.
Some of the things that, they wouldn't have brought this if there was nothing there. And to us on the street who just follow this stuff, it was clear as day that the man was lying through his teeth when he testified. I remember all the clips and all. It's crazy. And the irony here is that January 5th is the date for the trial to actually start. I'm sorry, January 4th is the day that the trial will start. So the next day, January 5th, will be the exact 10-year anniversary of the famous Obama meeting in the White House where Valerie Jarrett had to send that email to herself that nothing, illegal was done in that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You send an email to yourself to remind yourself that was completely legal what just happened in this, sketchy meeting that triggered all this stuff, that triggered everything,
Strange.
Yeah. So, there we are. How do you see this thing going?
I mean, I don't see it going well for him at all. I think they've got quite a bit on him, and I think this is just the beginning. I mean, this is how they get him initially. I think they're doing further and deeper investigations, and I think these people are going to be going to jail for a long time. I'm kind of in the same ballpark that Yotivation is in. These people are going to pay for the crimes against humanity that they've committed. It's just that simple. I just don't see them getting away with it. And the very fact that they're so smug about it and they're so overconfident and narcissistic about it is just proof that they're about to fall big, because pride always comes before the fall.
Yeah, and it's amazing that they didn't do a 6 a.m. rush to his house in his pajamas with the CNN crew out front, or Fox News maybe in this case, as the sole news agency to be out in front, getting the exclusive, like they did to, say, Roger Stone or so many other people. I mean, how many people in the Trump administration actually went to jail or prison over this crap? And yet we've got actual, real crimes that were going on. You can't tell me that the whole Russia hoax wasn't a form of treason.
Yeah, of course.
So these guys, we're going to start seeing way more charges coming out. This is sort of like the very beginning. Look what they did to Trump on multiple fronts. You know what I mean? It's going to come right back at them when they actually did these crimes, though. That's the thing. Whatever Steve Bannon was doing, it's nothing compared to what we're seeing from the Biden administration and the Obama administration, for that matter.
Well, I would imagine
pales in comparison.
Other crimes, the alleged crimes that Comey has committed are probably a little bit more complex, a little bit more difficult to put together. This is kind of a slam dunk thing. They can put it together quite easily, 5 years. But I think it's just the beginning. I think that there's going to be many more prosecutions, many more indictments. I don't even think Diddy is going to be getting off. He's going to jail anyway now. It's just a matter, I guess, of what kind of jail he's going to go to. He's trying to fight for, a place with a golf course and all that, but I don't think that's going to happen either. But I mean, I really think there's more there than what we've seen so far, and that's just my speculation, of course.
Yeah, with Diddy, there's probably a lot more going on behind the scenes. Jack Smith as well. It just came out that he spied on Senate Republicans. And they're a little bit ticked off about that. Jim Jordan. You want to tick off Jim Jordan? Have fun. That might not end well for you.
Yeah, he's a fighter.
And so we're seeing even that, like Jack Smith, I wasn't even legally appointed, and yet brought all these charges and whatnot against Trump, and just an evil guy. You can see it in his eyes. When you look at the guy, he just has that black-eyed sort of demonic look to him. I don't know. I'm not saying he's demonic or anything, but he just has the look. Give it that.
They all kind of look, I guess the nicest way I could put it is stoic. Like they have no emotion. They have no, like you can tell they're miserable. They have no joy in life. They take everything that they do way too seriously. And of course, I would imagine that I'm in agreement with most people. They're probably as corrupt to the hilt as you can get.
Yeah. Let's see here. Eric Schmidt went on a rant the other day, and I want to read some of this to you guys. Actually, I can play it. Here, there's a clip.
Voice.
I'm sorry.
I have to say,
I'm sorry. Let me source this. This was coming from C-SPAN.
I'm struck by the degree of the cognitive dissonance that I hear on the other side. It really is. I mean, I'm used to sort of the political debates and arguing in court and all those sorts of things. But to hear the other side of the dais talk about weaponization is truly shocking, given what we know now. And I thought what I might do is just tell a story. And these are 100% facts. Hillary Clinton, concerned about her email scandal, works with a Soros organization to cook up this Russiagate nonsense. They feed it to the intelligence agencies. And they spy, under Barack Obama's presidency, they spy on the political opponent, the Republican, running against Hillary Clinton. He gets elected. They continue the operation. And they launder this intelligence into stuff that was meant to, by the FBI and the CIA, to sideline a presidency of a duly elected president of the United States of America, to sideline him. And that continued. You heard even some people on this committee further that nonsense for 4 years.
Okay, he says sideline. It's treason. What they did made it impossible for him to work with other senators and congressmen. Because, hey, what they're saying is this guy, he's a Russian spy. Donald Trump, a Russian spy. He's working for the Russians. And so how can you, cut a deal with the guy that's doing that? It is treason. But I don't know, Barry, I'll play some more of this, but anything you want to add to that?
Well, I like what he said. 100% true. How do you argue
then the FBI.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
How do you argue with that if it's true? And that's why I say there's investigations ongoing right now. We don't even know how many investigations are ongoing. Seems like almost every week now there's a new investigation because the crime within the Democrat Party is just, off the chart, man. And I'm sure there's some corrupt Republicans as well, and it may not fare well for them either.
Yeah. And with that, I will go back to this clip because it's a little bit long, but man, does it get into everything that's going on. And this is, congressional testimony here.
FBI is involved with pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop story because they didn't want him to get elected again. So they pre-bunked the Hunter Biden laptop story. The American people should have been allowed to make their own judgments from that. They weren't, because the FBI called it a Russian hack and leak operation. They were meeting with social media companies every month and every week, telling them that the laptop that they knew, that they had verified in November of 2019, they knew was real and knew was his, said it was Russian disinformation. We've heard that before. And then, after Joe Biden comes in, 3 days in, they start a censorship campaign against the country, anybody who's a conservative. And now we also know that the FBI was weaponized in this Arctic frost investigation that tapped the phones of sitting U.S. senators. And also, the Republican Attorneys General Association, so let's pull in two more U.S. senators, Ashley Moody and myself, who were on the executive committee at that time. Charlie Kirk, political organizations they didn't agree with. This is not in the Soviet Union in the 1980s. This is in the United States of America in the last few years. And then, when they thought President Trump was on the run and there's no way people would elect him, and he announces he's running for president, 3 days later, Jack Smith's appointed.
Yeah. That 3 days later, all these people show up to the White House for all these private meetings, and Jack Smith gets appointed. So, and he starts this Arctic frost thing. It's crazy. It really.
Yeah, very sophisticated, isn't it?
And so this guy's literally just going through the timeline of everything that went down. It's a longer video than I would normally play, but man, he is just hitting it on the nose with this stuff.
Yeah.
Let me jump back in.
To get Trump. Fannie Willis brings charges against President Trump, and the assistant prosecutor meets with the White House counsel's office. Why would that happen? Then you have Alvin Bragg bring his charges. The number 3 person at DOJ goes to work for him to get Trump. All in the United States of America. This continued, and Senator Hawley asked the question, wrote it down, what is happening in this country? And I hope that MSNBC is still broadcasting this, because I'm sure their viewership hasn't heard this story that's gone on for 10 years. The truth is, they never forgave President Trump for coming down the escalator at all. They didn't like him. They didn't like the disruption. And they've spent the better part of a decade not just going after him, but demonizing half the country as fascists and Nazis and threats to democracy. And they have fueled this division in their inability to accept the fact that half of the country isn't deplorables, as Hillary Clinton called them, bitter clingers, as Barack Obama called them, or trash, as Joe Biden called them. But they rose up and they sat in their own jury box and they saw all this stuff play out over a decade and they rejected it.
Yep. And that's kind of what we're looking at here. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. And that is why James Comey is up against the wall right now. So if you wonder why they're going after James Comey, is this just retribution? That's why they're doing it. And it's disgusting what they've done.
Yeah, and like Trump said, if it's not stopped, it will just continue and get worse. I mean, the weaponization will just, they'll destroy anybody they consider to be their opposition. And then we have to look and see, well, who is this group that wants to destroy all of their opposition? Well, it's the globalist leftist Democrats. And their ideologies and policies are dystopian. They are fascist. They are tyrannical.
Mm-hmm. And look at what they've done. Worse than Watergate. How many times have we covered some news story in the last few years and said, wow, this is worse than Watergate? One of the biggest scandals ever in American history. And just one of the Hunter Biden thing, worse than Watergate. What we're seeing here from Jack Smith spying on sitting senators, 8 of them, to see if they're communicating with Donald Trump. Well, of course they're communicating with the president. And what business is it of yours if he is talking to the president? It was treason by every measure, man. I don't know what to say.
Well, I just look forward to, it sounds like, based on the way he was speaking, that we have all the receipts, and that's the most important thing. And can you imagine Stephen Miller, broadcasting at a news press conference, and hopefully all the mainstream media would cover it because they should, because it's, serious news, and him laying out point by point, fact by fact. Because Stephen Miller, he could just deliver it in a way that no one else can.
Mm-hmm.
Just giving those receipts out. Bam, this happened. Bam, this happened. Bam, this happened. Bam. And here's the receipt. Here's the document. That's got to happen at some time. Because what the mainstream media does is they try to keep everybody in, in this little tiny little shell that's not reality, where they are shaping the narrative. They're not letting all sides be heard. And that's really scary.
Yeah. Exactly. And, it's been going on. It's ridiculous. We're getting into this violent age nowadays, where assassinations are just a thing. This Mangione dude, this Luigi guy, just shot a dude in the back, the president of a healthcare company, and leftists. I'm watching them, in some of these college campus debates out there. They're like, oh, well, one of the guys had a thing up that said, most of the violence is from the left. And they start naming stuff off, and they're like, they get to Luigi, and everyone's like, well, that wasn't violence. That was, totally fine. Totally fine. What that guy was doing is he was killing a lot of people as the CEO of a healthcare insurance company. And so therefore we can kill him.
God.
That is, and then they're clearly saying we are not the party of violence. Let's listen to Adam Schiff, who is one of the biggest pieces of Schiff out there. He's been lying about all this stuff. He's been going on television station for years. I've got evidence in my back pocket of Russian collusion. I've got it. He's dead to rights. And then nothing, it's just all garbage. He simply spews this. Listen to this.
The president was being candid when he described these American cities as the enemy within. He views them as the enemy within. That is unprecedented in its dangerousness.
We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue with their allies in the Congress, enemies of the state.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans quote a clear and present danger to our democracy.
Yeah. So who's that's before. They're one of those before and after sort of clips. Where he's saying, this is so dangerous that people, Trump is saying this stuff. And then you hear Pelosi and Biden just straight up, and by the way, that was from Western Lensman on Twitter. He built that compilation. Just ridiculous. I mean, the right is all the hate and everything is coming from the right. All the threats are coming from the right. Charlie Kirk is dead. He's dead right now because they make it seem okay that if you go kill Hitler, you're going to change history. If you could kill Hitler when he was, in his 20s, would you do it? Oh, sure. Everyone always says yes, of course. Well, they're convinced that Charlie Kirk was Hitler. And so if you go kill Hitler, you're going to be a hero. And guess what? That dude that shot Charlie is a hero to a lot of people on the left right now.
I think that's pretty much obvious, yeah. I mean, there's been studies that come out have shown that the left is part of, and we're talking about just left of center. This is what the study showed. Is that they have this assassination culture where they think that they have a right to assassinate pretty much anyone they don't like. And it's just total vigilantism. It's, these are violent revolutionaries that want to overthrow the government and install who knows exactly what, probably communism if you look at their flags and what they stand for. It's definitely not, Americanism and freedom. So, I mean, it's kind of terrifying when you think about it. I mean, there's no getting around the fact that there is this, idea that they're above the law and they can do these kinds of things because somehow it's justified. Well, I'm afraid to say they're not going to get away with it with Trump as the president. And they still think that like Biden is the president. Yeah, they're getting some free passes in these liberal hellscapes, where they just, they come in and they let them right back out. But that's going to stop too. You know what I'm saying? And this is why they're opposing Trump from coming in there. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to keep the chaos going. They want to keep the crime up. They want to keep murder, mayhem, and insanity alive. And there's a lot of people in these areas. We've heard them, say, hey, we don't like it. We don't feel safe here. People said that in D.C. And here's another thing. Everybody thinks that he's declaring martial law or something like that. Did the troops stay in D.C.? No, they got in. They fixed the problem. And now people can actually go and eat dinner at night and feel somewhat safe in D.C. And people are celebrating this fact, man. People celebrate when there's peace. People celebrate when there's joy and opportunity to do things, not when they're being harassed by, domestic terrorists. Go look at the videos. Go check out Nick Shirley and his videos if you want to know who these people really are. They're not just peaceful protesters. In fact, they just arrested some professor in Portland for the violence that she committed. So it's happening. It's happening quite often and more frequently.
Yeah, and it's funny how often, these Antifa folk turn out to be in, education, working in education, teachers, professors, you name it. They're out there, smashing heads on the weekends.
And they're teaching it to the kids, too. That's why a lot of them are getting fired, teaching them that this kind of violence is normalized. It's okay as long as it's for a good cause. I don't know how they come up with that it's a good cause. But, hey, somehow they manage to make people believe this kind of nonsense. But I think these are most likely just vulnerable minds. There's still a lot of vulnerable minds out there. People are not being taught at an early age to think for themselves critically anyway. So whenever somebody comes in and teaches them something, they're just like a sponge and they suck it all up without even a second thought. They don't run it through a filter. They don't think about it. They don't maybe throw it, the ideas that are so controversial to a friend or their family. They just say, yeah, I want to be a part. I'm a part of the movement. Yeah, Antifa.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, these are the people, you see them on TV acting a fool at these protests, tough guys, and you think, okay, that's my teacher, my kid's teacher. That's a horrifying thought.
It really
your
is.
little kid's teacher could go out in the weekend or, at night in moonlight as some sort of an Antifa thug. It's disgusting.
Think about it. She was arrested in Chicago following the riots for violent felonies. I apologize. So it's not just Portland, it's Chicago, it's wherever.
Well,
it's the same people, the same bad actors.
Yeah, it's the same story. It's just a different city, yeah. And then we have Daniel Goldman, the representative in Congress, writing on Twitter. Okay, this is a great example. Trump, Stephen M., and MAGA World have been doxing and threatening judges who rule against Trump, including Judge Goodstein. Okay, this is the judge whose house burned down over the last couple days. First of all, does he know what doxing is? Trump and Stephen Miller are not going on Truth and putting out this judge's home address. That's doxing.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
So he doesn't even know what doxing is, right? He's, if they mention, hey, this judge, made a bad ruling, okay, that's one thing. That's not doxing. Doxing is go to 313 Maple Lane in this city and you'll find her home, go do bad things, right? That never happened. So he continues his post. Today, someone committed arson on the judge's home, severely injuring her husband and son. Will Trump speak out against the extreme right that did this? Okay. Why? The title of this article is just in South Carolina authorities say there is no evidence of arson as Democrats blame Trump and Stephen Miller after this fire. It's disgusting. The actual police department came out and said, hey, there's no evidence of arson here. It was an explosion that happened and then burned down the house. But this...
You got to understand, the left doesn't care about facts, man. They just need a story and a narrative to pitch their narrative. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But they're telling us to tone it down when they're pulling crap like this, blaming Trump, while the house is still on fire for arson from extreme right wingers. Complete BS.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember when Charlie Kirk was shot, the first thing I saw on X from the top left influencers was another white male. There's a problem with white males, obviously. And I was like, you do realize that, not Charlie Kirk. It was when they, I'm sorry, I take that back. It was when they shot the ICE person. And I'm like, well, who hates ICE?
Yeah.
It's the left that hates ICE. Who is it that's
You're talking about the Dallas sniper. Yeah.
So there's just been so many, man. I lose track of all the details, man, because there seems like there's a shooting and a killing all the time now, or at least, even like with ICE being attacked recently, people ramming their cars into them, throwing rocks at them. One of them came out armed and there was a shootout. I mean, you don't hear about that in the mainstream media, but yet it happened.
Yeah. And, so the people that were involved in that ramming, the judge just let them out. They're out on the street today. Right.
Insane. I think absolutely insane and unacceptable.
Yeah. I imagine the woman who, had the semi-automatic and was firing it at the, you can't shoot at ICE and be out on the street and 2 days later. I hope she's in jail, but I know many of the other people, had their day in court. Court said, basically you're out on cashless bail. Have at it. Come back for your hearing and, for now they'll back on the street so they can go and do this again tomorrow. It's disgusting. It's stupid. It's idiotic.
Well, I think they're going to foment this whole thing. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the media. That's the whole purpose of the propaganda and all the social engineering and all its little different, ways that happens. And they're trying to get people excited, trying to get them riled up. And, I just look at these we've talked about it. I mean, these hellscapes are going to, unless Trump can do something very, very successful, they're going to try to burn these cities down to the ground, man. It's just simple. I just don't see them. They're not peaceful protesters. They're just not. There may be a few peaceful protesters there, but and think about it. Once 2 or 3 of these people get out of hand, you don't think other people are going to join in and burning down stuff and breaking windows and who knows doing what else?
Yeah, well, we saw that in Minneapolis with that. Remember that Antifa dude with the like a umbrella that was sort of like a weapon? It wasn't really a real, regular umbrella, and he was going out in front of the riots, breaking windows into different stores so the looting could commence. He was kind of going out right in front of them all, just got him on video, plain as day, breaking the windows. Antifa, dressed in black, so he didn't care he was being videoed. But yeah, they do that in these protests. They go out in front and break the windows and make it real easy for everyone to say, hey, you want a free TV? They're right there.
Yeah, then you just have the opportunists that just want to loot. They don't care about the cause, but they're like, hey, I need some electronics, or how about some new clothes?
Yeah, it's like you call your buddy, they're like, dude, the Best Buy just got it's getting ransacked right now. Get down here as quick as you can with your truck.
Oh, yeah. And the people behind this movement know that's exactly how it works.
Yeah. Exactly. So to continue with this, the left is actually the violent ones. Let's play an ad from Winsome Sears, running for governor for Virginia. And she's got a new ad campaign out talking about Jay Jones, the man who, was sending all these texts to people talking about how he wanted to kill his political opponents. He wanted them dead. So she put an ad out in response to it. Let's hear it.
We start with breaking news from the campaign trail. Jay Jones is under fire tonight. Jay Jones is under fire.
Jay Jones is under fire after messages he sent in 2022 saying former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert should be shot.
I'm excited about this ticket. It's been great to be out on the campaign trail with Jay Jones.
You said Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views.
We deserve an attorney general who will stand up for the people of Virginia.
Jones said, quote, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head.
Let the rage continue. Jones doubled down, saying, quote, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes.
How can Virginians trust a man who said something so horrific, so callous?
Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
Wow, reject the insanity, vote Republican. That's how that ends. That's a powerful ad right there.
It is. It is. It's so vile and vulgar, to want to hurt children like that, But that's what a lot of these trans terrorists have done. They've gone into churches and killed innocent children, man, which is just, and you would think that would outrage everybody on all sides of the political aisle, but it doesn't. It really doesn't, man. And that's the terrifying thing, and the thing that really sets me off more than anything, and I've said it 1,000 times over, when you harm the children, you really get me fired up, man.
Yeah. Anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
I forgot this wasn't a podcast, Mark. Sorry.
Perfect, though. You got it perfect, man.
Well, I totally missed the 25 mark, so I got it at the 40.
No, that's when you're supposed to take it.
No, in the first hour, I'm supposed to take it at 40.
No, you took it at...
Well, I'm sorry, in the first hour, I'm supposed to take it at 25. In the second hour, I take it at 40. You're right. Bam.
You're
right.
Good?
You're right. I did it
was
perfectly,
just
actually.
Wondering why you were going to, you do that. Like, get Barry all riled up and then cut him.
Actually, no, I do. Wait, no. I do on Wednesday, we go at the 25 in both, don't we? And then on Sunday night, we do 25 40 in the first hour and then 25 in the second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's only the first hour on Sunday night that I typically go to the 40-minute. Every other one is at 25.
Right.
So yeah, I did screw up tonight.
No.
All right,
You're good.
Whatever.
You're good.
I can live with that. I can live with that, Mark.
You're good.
Uh-huh.
But you're not going to give Barry much time to talk when we come back, though.
Yeah, but sorry about that. I definitely, and I cut you off for sure there, Barry. Sorry about that. But
I thought you did it brilliantly, dude, because I caught on. I knew what was happening. So.
I put my head down.
Yeah.
it got to the 39-minute mark. And you cut Barry loose, and I put my head down. I'm like, oh, here we go. We're going to miss the break. I'm like...
It was a controlled rant. It wasn't too... It was working up to that, though. It was definitely working.
No, you've come to expect him doing that to you now. That's what it is.
Well, maybe, yeah. That's subconsciously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it deserves a Kiyosama!
Oh, boy. I wonder what Jack got for us tonight.
Oh God, yeah. All right, yeah. This is
last week Jack talked a lot about cryptocurrency. I'm like, oh boy.
How much time do we got? I got
to. Because
we got about 2
from
minutes.
The crypto.
Yeah, I got it.
Currency from the crypt.
Yep.
Oh man, I got a bunch of stuff to do by Monday, and I'm now learning, like I said, that there's a big storm coming through, and it'll rain like every day till then. So I need to like wake up tomorrow morning and get most of this stuff done.
Pick up the girls tomorrow. The daughters come on Thursday. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't wait to have them over. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. Okay, so we got another couple stories to cover here, man. I can probably skip that one and skip that one.
They arrested the guy that started the Pacific Palisades fire. So
yeah.
It wasn't global warming after all. It was basically a Bic lighter and a person.
Yeah. A like deranged dude too, who was like apparently in a really bad mood that night or whatever.
I don't know anything about him yet, but I just suspect he's a lefty, and he probably, has some real peculiar connections like they always do. And
30 seconds, guys.
He donated $1 to Joe Biden's campaign.
Well, yeah, that's probably all he had. It's the last.
That's very suspicious. Oh, just $1?
Yeah.
It's his last dollar.
Yeah.
He looks like a lefty, that's for certain.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for October 8th, 2025. We've got Barry in the house. Barry, did you hear about this dude who was set up on the in the church in D.C.? It's like the famous church right next to the White House where everyone goes, and he had a tent there that had over 100 and some explosive devices in it.
Yes, right? I heard about that. Yeah. Great.
And it's kind of crazy. Like they're going up there because the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court was about to go to have a session there, or mass, and so they're going up to this. Hey, what are you doing here? You got to get rid of this stuff. And he's got a lighter in one hand and some explosive device that's actually an explosive device in his other hand, and he's threatening to light them and saying, "I'm going to blow you guys up. I'm going to kill people. If you try to take me out, people are going to die." crazy. And he had a manifesto, far left. He hates everybody. Crazy dude. But this is, the Supreme Court, right there, Red Mass, Matthew's Cathedral.
Well, one of the things we talked about many, many times is that these radicals, these leftist revolutionaries, whatever you want to call them, terrorists, domestic terrorists, they want to burn churches down, man. And I said if Kamala had gotten elected, it would have been way worse than what we're going to see now. Because, and we see this in all the other nations, where they've just had this unfettered, unchecked, illegal immigration where just churches are just burning by the week, right? By the week, they're just burning them down and sometimes killing people in the churches. So right now, and I've said it before, and I truly believe that the number one enemy of these people is Christians and Catholics, and even if you sort of fringe Christianity like Mormons, just anybody that believes in Jesus Christ, those are the people they are targeting. They think that we're the problem.
And it's sad because they're also out there in the same breath saying free Palestine, So it's like, Christians, yes, then, it's like the big Satan and the little Satan that the Muslim religion always talks about, that, terrorists, you always hear it out of Iran and whatnot. There's the little Satan and the big Satan. First we get rid of Israel, then we get rid of, big Satan, which is America. And our allies, England, they're well on their way. They're doing a good job in England. I mean, hats off to them. If you really want to take over a country and, you're doing it right in the UK. You're doing it right, man. They are, they're got their foot in the door, and it's just, there's no stopping them at this point. And like I said before, I think it has the complete green light from the king to do so in his lifetime. He wants the UK to be, Muslim. I think that's completely true. It's an easier religion to control from on high. It's much easier to control other religions than it is to control Christianity, because Christianity has at its core just different belief systems, that men are free, that we're endowed by our creators with certain inalienable rights, right? And, Sharia in Muslim is submission. It's all about submission to the system. And the system is the religion. So the government is the religion. And so you become sort of a demigod when, you're in charge of a country like that, and you can do whatever you want.
I think that the globalist powers that should not be would use any anchor they could find that could work. I mean, because they just really want control at the end of the day. So whatever works is what they're for. But they know who their enemies are, and they know who they can use as pawns. That is like 100% certain. So what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, because, at the end of the day, it's about them gaining and garnering more control. And they know those that are opposed to that, and they know those who they can manipulate to help them with that.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, while we're over there in the UK, the Green Party over there, which is like 4%, they're not popular at all. But they put out a motion saying, private rental sector has failed. It's a vehicle for wealth extraction, funneling money from renters to landlord class. This motion makes it clear Green Party policies seek the effective abolition of private landlordism and our support for building council housing. The Green Party believes the existence of private landlords adds no positive value to the economy or society, that the relationship between landlord and tenant is inherently and intrinsically extractive and exploitative. So they want to abolish landlords in the UK.
And they want to replace it with what?
Council housing.
Which means what in layman's term?
Well, the council, the city would own the housing and rent it out.
It can be trusted any more than, a private owner. I mean, give me a break.
I mean, you're going to say, hey, man, my heating system isn't working. Okay, you fill out a form. It goes through a panel. It goes to this. It goes to that. And then 6 months later, nothing's done. Or you get on a waiting list that's a year long to get your heating. You know, whereas in the private market, the landlord will come over and fix that right away because he doesn't want his pipes reusing. You know?
I just think about what Reagan said, and I'm obviously paraphrasing it, but he said, whenever you hear the phrase government can come and save you and help you, you need to run. That's, it's just, you let them get involved and it's all about control at the end of the day. That's all it is. I mean, they just take more and more away from us individually so they can control more corporately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And where do the city councils or the councils have the money to buy up all this real estate? And then start controlling it, So there has to be a funding source behind that. It's just interesting because the Green Party, green on the outside, red on the inside. They call them watermelons.
Okay.
Right? They're green on the outside, but they're really just communists masquerading as the Green Party. Because what's the difference, right? It all leads the same road.
Mm-hmm. I think their biggest opponent is just people who believe in freedom and prosperity, at the end of the day. And I don't know why these people are so opposed to that. We need to make it to where more people can be prosperous, where more people can succeed. That's something we should work on, And then we should also work on charity-based programs, But in times past, the American church used to be really big on, paying all kinds of, medical bills and things like that.
Yeah.
Helping out. And we need to get back to that. The American church needs to sort of reform and be more charitable towards not relying so much on the government, but relying more on each other. I think that's really important.
Yeah, it's something that used to be much more prevalent in society that, hey, there's a problem. You go to your church and they help you out because you've been tithing 15% to them for, your whole life. And so, yeah, they're there to help you out when you need it. But I think today's
the gospel of prosperity has just really ruined that a lot, because it's all about, what God can do for you, not so much about what you can do for God and for humanity. Mm-hmm. Just really at the heart of the gospel message, in my opinion, is love and to, have compassion, have mercy, have kindness, and also to protect as well.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, we're in our last minute or so here. I guess I'll just really quick touch on have you seen that Hassan Piker video of him allegedly shocking his dog with a shock collar? He's got this dog that always sits in the background of his set, just sits there loyally. And it gets up and it starts to walk away, and he reaches over to the left, does something. And right when he does that, what do you call it? The
shocker?
Yeah, the shocker. The dog yelps and just immediately lies down. I don't know. I mean,
did you say Tyrese?
No, Hassan Piker.
Okay, who is that?
Oh, he's the cousin to St. Uger. He's got the huge podcast. He's an absolute jerk. Just a horrible. But this goes to his character, and that the dog, it wants to just walk around the house. And he says straight up, "It's spoiled because my mom lets him walk around the house." He doesn't. He makes it sit there in the background of his podcast as a prop. Disgusting. Anyway, I thought I'd bring that up. It's just a very viral clip that's going around, calling him out. He said America deserved 9/11, all kinds of stuff like that. And look how he treats his dog. So, like his political opponents, I guess. Anyway, folks, we are all out of time. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Thank you so much for listening. Stay tuned for more from DREAGUS Productions, and we will see you on Sunday night.
Kiyosama!
All right.
Flat
Earth. Flat Earth. Let me get Jack all set up. And
did I get that in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it in.
All right. I'll get this up and out tomorrow.
We'll see you Sunday.
Yep, sure will. All right. Good night, guys.
All right, man. And
good night, man.
Can you leave without killing the room?
No. Because I initiated it.
All right, then Barry, thank you so much for coming out, and I look forward to seeing you again next week, man. You're a king.
It was great. I enjoyed it. I like that guy, man. He's so cool.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye, bro.
All right. Let me get everything set up for Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show with Jack Carey. See how our buddy is doing. Add people to the call. There he is. Hey Jack, how's it going?
Good. How are you today, sir?
Pretty good. And you?
I'm doing good.
Alrighty. Had a great. We had a great show with Angel Monos from Beam, and yeah, the CEO of Beam. It was pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Is that a big company? I don't know anything
It's getting
about
there. It's getting there. It's I do all my restreaming through them, and I do I stream to them, and all my my website and that it goes straight from Beam to it. So that's part of my embed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's a good connection to have then.
Yeah. So how's your week been going so far?
Oh man, this has been a crazy week. I've had two workmen in my house all day today, and I had to go pick up my car at the body shop because a big limb fell out of a tree in my front yard and smacked my car.
Oh no.
So
well, at least it wasn't a deer.
Yeah, it wasn't that significant.
Or if you were down here, one of the giant hogs.
Right. No, just it's a new car and it's only got 6,000 miles and had a big dent from this limb on it, so I had to get that taken care of. But
yeah,
it's been a crazy week of getting things accomplished around here.
Yeah. With
a lot of workmen in and out.
Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to get that Bugatti fixed, especially when you pull in and out of the silo like you do. I heard tales.
Yes.
Are you going to go incognito tonight, or are you going to use the cam?
Oh, yeah, let's see here. Let's see.
Oh, there he is, the Starfield background. Woohoo!
Yeah, but how come I'm not on camera?
You're not close enough to the... Well, I saw part of you. Maybe you're too close to the camera or too far away from it.
Huh. Let me turn the light on.
Oh, I seen it. I seen you. There you go. That's it.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Jack Carey in person. Yeah, Angel was really interested to hear that you're in here with me and doing shows on Beamstream as well.
Nice.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't know that. I'm like, yeah. Jack's been with me for a while now.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is.
Very cool. Oh.
Let me get us.
Well, tonight we're kind of having a special.
We got about 30 seconds, Jack. Are you all ready to go?
Yep.
All right.
Try to weave all this together tonight in a way that makes some logical sense.
Sounds good. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories, and I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And just today, as we were making our way back to the silo in the war wagon, we saw circling in the sky radioactive, flesh-eating California condors. I don't know what they're doing in the Dakota Territories, but they are here, and we are on the lookout. I've got Daisy and Sundance here with me, and they are working security in the silo tonight, as always, and keeping an eye out. It's been another very hectic week. Yeah, it's been one of those weeks where I'm in the process of having a insane amount of work done to the silo, and so, you know, it's one of those exhausting weeks where you have people in your house doing work for long periods of time and trying to get other work done around that, and all of that's been tough. We continue our little ride on the Great Space roller coaster this week as we traverse into the great month of October and all of the juicy webbot predictions that are in the air, about to manifest in our event stream. We'll be talking about those tonight, and I thought we would do a special episode. This was a strange week. I thought all week about what the major topic should be, and all week long it kept repeating in my head, we really kind of need to take a step back and take an assessment of the situation. What is the situation? The situation is basically looking at where we are from a paranormal perspective in the unfolding, manifesting in the eternal now event stream of our reality matrix. In other words, let's take an assessment of the last few months up to where we are now, how that's matching, not matching, webbot predictions, and not just webbot predictions, but cyber prophecy in general, which is more than just the webbot. You know, cyber prophecy encompasses, you know, Vedic astrology, remote viewing groups, the Schumann resonance indicator, webbot predictions, and ancient prophecies all together to basically provide you with a page of indicators. Maybe that's what I should be working on, is a website that has indicators for each one of those things. Kind of like you see on a stock chart, which I look at plenty of those. But no, I'm not a stock trader or anything like that. But we will be covering tonight really deeply in our assessment of the situation. Strangely enough, cryptids and cryptos. So that's sort of the title of tonight's show, is Cryptids and Cryptos. We're going to be discussing in depth where we are right now, an assessment of the situation of the cryptozoology world, including Bigfoot and Dogman mysteries, and we're going to be discussing cryptocurrencies, and I can guarantee you that this is the only show where you're going to see how and why and where topics like that even belong together. So welcome to my world. This is the Paranormal Intelligence Agency, where you get to see the cross links between all things. And really, what's interesting is running asymmetric yet parallel to the WebBot predictions are really what's going to be some interesting occurrences in the cryptozoology world. Will play into all of that eventually in time. But, you know, and this is sort of an assessment of where we are, you as listeners, and where I am as the host of the show here, and in my own preparations for what's coming. So this week, there was a lot of, you know, paranormal in the news tonight is all 3i Atlas, because that's all there is. It is flooding the intelligence streams that we monitor, and that was predicted by the WebBot. Now you have to remember that the WebBot predicts what major language trends will be in the future, and from that you can infer what has occurred. Well, irregardless of what 3i Atlas is, and there are some scientists claiming it's a comet. It's not. But there are some scientists claiming that. And irregardless of what it ends up being, it will have caused the change in our society predicted by the WebBot by virtue of changing conversations. And there is enough press out there all around the world. If you do open source intelligence gathering, like I do, enough press indicating that this thing is alien in nature. I have to say that the world's foremost remote viewer, Dick Allgaier, over at Future Forecasting Group, a remote viewer that has credentials going all the way back, really, to the Stargate program. I mean, we're talking about one of the most accomplished remote viewers on the planet, was given a double-blind target, and it ended up, the target was 3i Atlas. He had no idea. He was able to ascertain that this object moving through space was being moved through space by a tractor beam of some kind, an extremely advanced form of propulsion. It's almost like whoever this is flying around in the ship has a beam beaming out from their planet that is so accurate and so advanced that it can like hit the ship and keep it energized, right, as it's going through space. And that's something that we have contemplated doing on the Earth. If you're into like science documentaries like I am, you'll be acquainted with the theoretical spaceships that they've thought about flying, where they shoot a laser and it actually is the laser that's propelling the craft. That's kind of like what this is doing, but on an even more advanced level. 3i Atlas flew by Mars, and when it did, our rover got a real good photograph of it. Take a look at that photograph and you tell me that that's a comet. No way. And then today, space.com, among many others, published new pictures of 3i Atlas, and it is clearly an alien spacecraft. And it's headed this way. So, it's supposed to arrive sometime mid-November. And, you know, my message at this stage is, you know, brace for impact. I repeat, brace for impact. Because the wave of ontological shock is assured at this stage. It will be hitting human society full force when 3i Atlas arrives, and all of the repercussions that come along with ontological shock. This is an assessment of the situation. Now, all of the problems that come along with ontological shock reverberate throughout all society and all humanity, all belief systems, all financial systems, you name it. All those little blocks that go into making up human civilization are about to get shifted around. So a big part of that is WebBot prophecy that, or, you know, WebBot data sets as they are called, not prophecy, I call it prophecy. But the WebBot data sets that go back to the original Alta reports way back from the early 90s predicted this exact point where we are today. And a huge part of that prediction has to do with the death of the fiat currency system. Now, there's always going to be like a US dollar. You know what I mean? There's always going to be a local currency of some kind. But what's going to change is that those local currencies, and this is occurring right now, are going to actually be turned into digital stable coins, as they're called. And those are all going on to the blockchain. All of it. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are like, well, won't they be able to track everything? Yeah, absolutely they will, and so will we. That's the whole point of distributed ledger technology. Not a single transaction occurs that isn't recorded for everyone to see. Think about that. And every transaction can be traced to its prior location and so on and so forth forever. And there's various kinds of cryptocurrency, but the WebBot makes it clear that as the death of the fiat debt system-based system occurs, and we're in that right now, there's going to be a flight to precious metals. Gold just broke its all-time historic high. It just broke 4,000 an ounce, guys. Happened today. I watched it happen on my live screen, and along with it is silver, which is reached 49.50 today. If it breaks 50, I am assured, and the WebBot assures, and all kinds of silver traders that I follow and have contact with assure me that all hell will break loose. And just today, I saw a gentleman who runs a bullion store, and, you know, he was like, it's already at 50. It's already at 50. Just go try to buy an ounce of silver for less than $50 anywhere right now. In fact, it's at 53. That's what you're going to have to pay for an ounce of silver anywhere. So you have the silver market, the spot market as it's called. That's all paper. Then you have the real silver market, which is the dealers out there in real world land that you acquire precious metals from, and those guys aren't selling it for less than 50 already. So that's where you're at with that. Fair disclosure, I'm heavily invested in silver and cryptocurrencies. I'm a firm believer that the prior temporal markers, as they're called, that the WebBot was able to correctly predict mean that the probability for the occurrence of the implosion of the fiat currency system is higher than 90%. So you're talking about an extremely high probability. I'm a firm believer that precious metals are a great hedge against cryptocurrencies, and in some ways they are the same thing. Most of the experts call Bitcoin digital gold, and they call cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, which is the second largest by market cap out there, they call that digital oil. So you're seeing how these things are turning gold and oil into a synthetic asset that can be acquired by anyone. It will be the greatest transference of wealth in the history of humankind. So, you know, cryptocurrency is at its 1971 moment. And, you know, that was the moment when we were taken off the gold standard and the dollar became synthetic. It was at that stage that Wall Street exploded. If the dollar were still tied to the price of gold, Wall Street would still be a niche business, but making the dollar synthetic allowed them to create hundreds of different kinds of investment products, all based on the US dollar. And that created the greatest wealth boom this planet's ever seen. So what's happening now is that process, but that process is now cryptocurrencies. So there's a lot of experts out there, both in woo land, as we like to call it, and just in everyday financial land. I monitor a lot of streams from both sides, and they seem to concur with one another that there is vast amounts of gold being bought up by central banks around the world. That's why you're at a record price of gold. They wouldn't be doing that if they were certain of the currencies involved, and they're not at all. In fact, if you do a deep dive, you will discover that virtually every country around the world right now has their money printers on full blast 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just pumping. Those things are just smoking. There's springs popping out of them, and they are printing money faster than they can get the paper to print it on. And that is the death of the system, because all fiat-based systems are doomed to die in the end. It is part of their construction. This is a natural thing that is occurring. It's just going to be pretty hair-raising for people who are not prepared, or not emotionally prepared, at least, for the cosmic wave that is incoming. Again, I'm telling you, brace for impact. So for weeks now, I've been telling all of the listeners out there to begin to really, I wouldn't say overly fortify your home, but make it secure and make it a place of refuge for you and your family. Get the work done that needs to be done now, because you might be looking at a prolonged period here in the future where finding workmen, skilled laborers who are able to actually get different kinds of repairs and things done. And along with that, the materials availability. The availability to actually get simple materials to work on your structure. You could go through a very long, prolonged period where those just aren't available. And so it would be a wise thing to do that now, before all of this rapid change begins to take place. So, but the WebBot again says that, you know, cryptocurrencies begin to take hold. We can discuss really for hours on end the difference in cryptocurrencies. You know, for me personally, and I don't give out financial advice, I just prepare the way the paranormal information streams tell me to, and I relay that information. But to be really prepared for what's coming, you should acquire both if possible. And you know, if you're somewhere in a large metropolitan area, let's say, and you're just barely getting by, and there's no way you're ever going to acquire some silver or precious metal or cryptocurrency or anything like that, I would urge you to do what you can to get out of that situation. There are places around the United States away from heavily populated metropolitan areas, and I live in one of these areas. People ask me where I live, and I tell them the truth. A long way from anywhere. You know, that's where I live. I live a long way from anywhere else. Let's put it that way. It takes you a long time to get anywhere else from where I'm at. And what comes along with that is a place where there are fewer than 1 million people in the entire state, a place where there is constant building going on, constant new population coming in, and constant opportunity for people who have skilled labor. There is even a state-run apprenticeship program in South Dakota. For those of you who are interested, and the state will literally pay for you to become an electrician or a plumber if you'll work here. So, you know, that's the kind of change I'm talking about, that you should be contemplating, because there is a way for you to get ahead. It's probably just not in a large metropolitan city where the rents are just brutally high and there's a lot of work competition and all of that kind of thing. So, you know, and there's still time to make changes. But time is growing short. So before these huge changes begin to take place, Dick Allgaier had some more information this last week, which was interesting, just reconfirming his targets on cryptocurrencies. And if you're interested in the cross of remote viewing with cryptocurrency prices, you can find that exists from the world's best remote viewing group, which is the Future Forecasting Group, headed up by Dick Allgaier. And they've got a lot of other all-stars on there like Daz Smith and people that you should recognize if you're associated in Woo World. So that's something that you can also use. It's interesting to take their predictions and then look at charts of those currencies and see how well they match up. Very interesting stuff. Something I've been doing lately. But when we come back, we're going to be talking about in depth, where are we, an assessment of the situation with the Bigfoot mystery, let's say. Where are we in an assessment of the situation with Dogman, with paranormal happenings all together? Because we've touched on all of that lately, and it all kinds of feeds together. So we'll get back to that right after this break.
All right, Jack, we're on radio break.
Cool.
I was on with Jaffe last night, and we were talking about Fukushima and all the new UFO reports coming out of that area.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
But like, I told him, it's like anything. Anytime that you find anything nuclear, you're gonna find UFOs.
You're gonna find UFO
They're always
activity.
there. They're always there. I said,
Yep.
If they didn't notice them before, they weren't looking up, most likely.
Most likely, and the answer to that, why that is the answer to the whole mystery. So it's the one constant of the entire phenomenon.
So when is 3i Atlas supposed to come into us? Now,
I think it's like November 20th, something like that. So it's supposed to be its closest approach to Earth.
Right?
Yeah. Unless it changes its speed or trajectory again, which it's already done a couple of times.
That's not natural. A comet don't do that.
Doesn't do that. Well, you look at those pictures that came out today. Tell me that's a comet. There's no way. That thing is clearly an alien spacecraft. It's almost comical at this stage that they're saying anything other than that. But
it'll be pretty messed up if it comes back and they unload it and say, "Hey, we're all the people that've been missing for years." You know, that would be so messed up. I'm like, yeah, they decided they don't want us anymore. They put us on this thing, shipped us back.
Yeah, wasn't there something like Project Serpo or something like that, where they sent some people to a planet and they came back years later, something like that.
Yeah.
But it's funny. I'm still of the opinion that they're drunken space sailors.
That could
maybe even a pirate ship.
Oh man, that sounds interesting. Yeah.
Space pirates.
Yeah, that's all we need. Harlock to come in. You've heard about Captain Harlock, right? That's a big old anime space pirate.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's a classic. Need to watch that. If you watch that, then you're gonna want to watch, what is it? Galactic Rails 999 or something like that.
Huh.
Because it's all connected.
I'll have to check that out. That's fun. I'll put that on while I'm painting.
Yeah.
Always have something on in the background. But what's Miss Nancy doing tonight?
I have no clue. So it should be interesting. I'm usually the last to know with her show unless she goes, "Oh man, I got a guest, and I'm going to try to keep the topic." I'm like, okay, we'll see how well that goes. You know.
Try to keep the topic.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep the topic.
That's the tough thing.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep the topic. I'm like, all right.
That's why it's tough for me to be on that show. I like structure too much that I can't just that everybody's over talking to each other all the time. I'm just like, I can't do it. It's killing me.
They do get quite excited. 30 seconds, Jack. Yeah. But, sometimes that brings a flair.
That's right. They definitely have a flair of style.
Yeah. It
got
does.
some style.
And here you go. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone, the Minister of the Sinister. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and tonight we are talking about Three-Eye Atlas, and we're talking about an assessment of the situation. I say again, brace for impact. It is coming. So, Three-Eye Atlas incoming. We were just talking on the break. I'm putting this out there. I've got the theory that they're space pirates. This is a pirate ship, and it's out there doing pirate type stuff. I tell you, an interesting intelligence stream that came into the silo today was from some remote viewers that had targeted Three-Eye Atlas, and what they ascertained was actually quite funny. They said that whatever is inside the craft has a big ego. I thought that was so weird, right? A big ego. They're like, and we better be careful as a species not to bruise the ego of whatever alien is in this craft, because they are more advanced than we are. So, but they're not like, they said they're not hostile. They're just extremely curious about us. So, I think it's interesting that it chose to go by Mars first. You know, it changed its speed, changed its trajectory, changed its speed again, then it went by Mars, and as it was going by, the rover got a good photograph of it that you can find out there, and that clearly is not a comet. Looks like the Vixen's vault is gearing up for their thing here at 8 o'clock. A lot of conversation going on the Vixen's vault chat. But what's interesting is that it's coming in at the same time the webbot says that you're going to have an implosion, basically, of the current economic system. And you have to realize that it's basically like a bubble. Think of it contextually. If you're thinking about the construction overall of the worldwide economy, it's like a bubble. And it's easy to poke that bubble and pop it. Anytime you introduce an outside force, like an alien species, you're going to pop that bubble. There are all kinds of implications and reasons why that ends up taking place. And it's, you know, a big reason is the idea that, for instance, if you have a more advanced energy system of some kind that's able to, you know, generate 0 point energy, that is going to alter economies worldwide, radically alter them. Right now, the main cost of manufacturing is the energy involved. The main cost of artificial intelligence is the energy involved. If you can overcome that one little obstacle, everything changes. Almost overnight. And along with that is the old debt-based system will just come down. Now, there are experts out there saying that Trump and the administration are pulling the world's most amazing sleight of hand, if you will. And what they think is happening is that we are positioning, the U.S. is positioning itself to tokenize its $37 trillion in debt and sell that debt out as a tokenized way to a world population backed by gold. If they're able to pull off something like that, it's possible that you get away from a total implosion of the U.S. economy, right? You can kind of fend that off if you have a radical way of reassessing the debt, which is really what that is, right? So, so we live in interesting times. There's a lot of really interesting stuff that's about to take place. And we're just going to have to see how that plays out. Now, in Woo Land, Paranormal Central here, we also have, you know, an assessment of the situation as far as where are we with cryptozoology. And, you know, if you're waiting for the discovery of Bigfoot to occur, then you missed it. Bigfoot was already discovered, and it was done so both by Adrian Erickson and the Erickson Project, and it was also done by the Sasquatch Genome Project, both of which are well known to people who have been in the Bigfoot field for long enough, will be well acquainted with what I'm talking about. And, you know, my team and my mentor, J.C. Johnson, were all part of that. We collected samples that went into that genome project. Nobody will ever convince me that the testing was somehow contaminated. It's impossible. There were over 100 samples sent in from researchers all over North America. All of the DNA matched. And it all came back part Homo sapien. These things are a half-human hybrid. Accept it. That's the fact. However it came to be, whether by cross-species breeding or whether by experiment from a non-human intelligence or otherwise, it occurred. And the species is there, and it exists, and it is currently a major problem that nobody wants to solve. Just imagine what happens the day after there is widespread public acceptance that there is, in fact, a species, a breeding viable species of apex predators growing somewhere between 8 and 10 feet tall, weighing somewhere between 600 and 1,200 pounds, able to traverse mountainous terrain at cheetah-like speed, bionic vision, can smell you from a mile away, can move so quietly that it can walk up behind you and whisper in your ear in the forest before you'd even know it was there. A creature like that, what do you think happens the day after that's fully, widely accepted by the public? That very next day, every single congressman and senator you can think of is going to get their phone calls, their phone lines blown up by constituents asking them, well, what are you going to do about it? And there's nothing you can do about it. Just try rounding up that species. It's an impossible task. And with one felt swoop, you will render every forest in North America completely uninhabitable to humans and shunned by humans. We won't go there anymore because, by God, there's this apex predator species living and breeding there, and we can't control it. That's the nightmare can of worms you begin to open, and that's just one part of it.
Yeah, and they don't even pay taxes, Jack.
I know, right? They're living here and they don't pay taxes. But I cover a lot of known evidence for the Bigfoot species. In my book, Bigfoot Unleashed, it does have over 60 reviews now on Amazon and has almost a 5-star rating. So if it's something that you're interested in doing a deep dive on and you want to help support the show, pick up Bigfoot Unleashed on Amazon. So, but you're talking about a problem that just cannot be solved. And so nobody wants that problem to be known. Why do you think we do have a few occasions where somebody has downed a Bigfoot creature and they notified the authorities and the authorities confiscate the body? They've done that more than a few times. And the reason why, and the whole thing gets covered up because, oh my God, you want to talk about pushing domino 1 in society? That is domino 1. You hit that domino and they all go down. Because if Bigfoot can be real, and it is, what else have they told you couldn't be real that is possibly real? That's the ultimate can of worms. And they know it. And they will do anything to keep that a secret. Absolutely anything, including employing, we're told, groups of special force type operators to go in and clean out groups of Bigfoot in problem areas. So that is something that has been widely rumored, speculated, and reported on in the Bigfoot community for many, many years. So, and where does that leave us with Dogman, right? Because with the Dogman mystery, you have a lot of the same parallel running aspects. Take the two phenomenon side by side, remove the head off the creatures, and what you have is basically the same mystery. You have a long-running, multi-decade history of eyewitnesses to these creatures. You have indigenous oral history talking about them. You have physical evidence being left at the scene in the form of fingerprints and other DNA. And yes, Dogman DNA has been recovered. I can tell you without a doubt, it has been tested by competent means, and it has been found that just like Sasquatch DNA, there is mitochondrial DNA that is Homo sapien. In other words, the female lineage on both species came back Homo sapien. That's just a fact. So we also have a report from the guys out at Skinwalker Ranch that they encountered an entity. And that same night, 1,000 miles away, the guy who had the main encounter with this entity, his wife experiences a Dogman on their property. How is it possible that that occurs and they're not related? Of course they're related, right? And in the assessment of our situation, we can't ignore any of that. So how do you begin to explain it? When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, has to be the truth. And although it is improbable, it appears as though there is an entity that resides at Skinwalker Ranch which is able to quantumly entangle itself with the observer in such a way as to create paranormal effect even to those that that person is associated with. Think about that. I mean, they described what occurred in the hitchhiker effect at Skinwalker Ranch as being a paranormal virus. It starts off with one person and then it begins to affect all the people around them. And it spreads out in circles, just like a virus. It gets weaker and weaker as it goes till it dissipates completely. Strange stuff. But that's where we're at. That's our assessment of the situation. Where does that lead us? It leads us into a theory of the so-called demiurge, this idea that there resides on the earth a being of some kind that is able to shapeshift. It's able to alter form into many different kinds of creatures that we would find disconcerting, to say the least. And one of those things appears to be the dogman. In the human psyche, there are few images that will exhibit or pull out terror in a human being like a 9-foot tall, upright, bipedal, werewolf-like creature. Very few things are going to scare a human like that will, right? And that's exactly what they experience. Now we have to begin to ask ourselves, are all dogman sightings really sightings of this other being pretending to be something that it's not? We have to ask that question. How else can we explain the sighting of the dogman 1,000 miles away to the wife of the intelligence agent at Skinwalker Ranch who had this occurrence? We can't. Right? So we have to take that into effect. We have to take into effect that 3-Eye Atlas, as an assessment of our situation, appears to be a real alien craft headed this way, space pirates. And maybe they got a wicked case of space herpes. We don't know, but it's possible. And they're coming this way, right? And what are they going to find? Well, if we are to believe 80 years of insider and whistleblower testimony, what they're going to find is a species, a hominid species that calls itself human, that lives in a state of ancient historical amnesia as to its origins and where it's even been on its own planet, who has somehow, through ontological means, able to acquire alien technology, which would be equivalent to cavemen discovering an iPhone and being able to replicate it significantly enough that they could weaponize it. That's what it's showing up to. And there are a lot of Webbot indications, and even Cliff High mentions in his recent letters to the public that, you know, it looks like the governments around the world are firing up the UFOs. Fire them up, boys. Here she comes. You know, that's what you're looking at. That's the true assessment of where we are right now. And then you have, you know, all kinds of other cryptozoological type animals that are being proven to exist right now, like the Tasmanian tiger. Those are Lazarus species. Lazarus species are, if you're a cryptozoologist out there in the world, or a aspiring cryptozoologist, and we need more of you. But let me assure you, cryptozoology is the absolute hardest of all professions. It is a profession which you are never, ever going to make any money at, and a profession that you are little thanked for, and you have to do it because you are obsessed with the subject matter, or not, don't do it at all. But if you are a cryptozoologist out there in the world, you know, we're going to have to begin to entertain the notion that there are also interdimensional cryptid animals. And some of those animals appear to have, like the entity at Skinwalker Ranch, the ability to shift into different creatures. You know, in the ocean, they have the so-called mimic octopus, the most amazing creature I've ever seen. It's one of my favorite animals. And the mimic octopus can make itself look like a lot of different other animals. It really amazing. It can change its shape and it can change its color, and it mimics the shape and color of other animals. And it does it so well that you would never notice the difference. That's what I'm talking about. A mimic cryptid animal that exists on the land in our forest. And I believe there is sufficient evidence for that. That's also part of our assessment. I believe cryptozoology will begin to discover more and more evidence of that being the case. Going forward from here, there are a few names out there in the field that have the highest probability of causing that first domino to fall. I would put Robert Kreider up there at the top. You know, people have asked me a long time about Todd Standing. You know, I did a personal undercover, you know, on the down low investigation into Todd Standing. And instead of investigating his video and photographic evidence, which, if they're real, are the best photographic evidence of Sasquatch ever. That's just the way it is. Hands down. High definition, right? You just can't beat that. And it's part of the reason I believe that there is no video or photographic evidence that will ever be sufficient enough to prove that species. But I was lucky enough to have personal relationships with and was working with people who knew Todd Standing personally and had traveled there to work with him in the field. That's as good as it gets, because the people that I had personal relationships with were people that I trusted inherently and still do to this day. And they assured me of a few things. They assured me that to them it appeared as though what he discovered was not a hoax. It appeared to them that he was somewhat mental. That's what was relayed to me, that he did some crazy stuff in his car and stuff like that. But the most important thing that they relayed to me was his financial situation. And Todd could barely get by. Driving a broken down old beater, living in a really crappy apartment, barely getting by. And then I took his footage and all of his evidence and I showed it to a real professional Hollywood makeup artist. And they assured me that it would be extremely difficult to do. It would cost at least $20,000 on the low end, and to do it out in the woods would make it a very, very difficult thing to pull off. That's what they relayed to me. I took that to me and I said, well, if I gave you $20,000 and flew you out there, could you pull this off? And they said, maybe. It was their opinion, however, that that's not what occurred. They said the number of people that could pull off a makeup job like that, you can count on one hand in Hollywood. There's no way. Absolutely no way. And then you have a bunch of people say, oh, well, he admitted his sister was a makeup artist. Well, you know what I discovered in my personal investigation? She was a makeup artist at the makeup counter at Macy's. Yeah, that's not a Hollywood makeup artist. Not even close. But all the detractors will make it sound like that. So, you know, I have to assess after all that. And by the way, they also said the guy was an a-hole. None of them liked him. So there you go. But that's my assessment of the situation where we are tonight, guys. we're going to keep track of the event stream, and we'll talk about it again next week. Stay tuned for the Vixen's Vault.
Great show, Jack. Thanks.
Yep. Got it.
All right. Can't wait to get her up and running here in a little bit. I want to, if I come in there too soon, then cuts her break.
Right.
Yeah. But we'll get everything going here. Really good getting you going. And, Angel told me he's definitely going to check out your replays. And I will get
nice.
Yeah, and
nice.
I will get this up and out. And he's kind of interested in the strange and unusual. So,
good.
Yeah.
Good. Hopefully he likes the show.
Yeah, he even has his own ghost stories, too. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to get on there with her, and I will catch up with you next week, and I'll get this up and out tomorrow. Or maybe
Sounds
late
good,
tonight.
sir.
All right.
Okay, perfect. That'll be great.
All right, good night.
All right, good night.
All right, that was Jack Carey with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up right now will be Vixen's Vault and her Legion of Chaos. Oh, yeah. Those people are chaos. 1, 2, 3. Get that David Campione. Jason. Victoria. Come on. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okie dokie.
Hey, hey.
Ho, ho.
Hey,
Yo.
And a good evening to you guys.
How you doing, Jason?
Hey,
Hello.
I'm well. I hope everybody else is.
Yeah.
Good, good.
Yes.
And Nancy and Roger and Vicky and Jason and Mark Wachowski.
Yeah, that's me.
That's the main man. And Mark Edworthy, he's all blacked out today, so he must not have it's probably not. He is dressed.
Give
I
me
thought
2
he was
seconds.
coming in naked or something, you know?
No, just make it
That's what it is. He has
The
not done it.
Invisible Man. Early for Halloween, the Invisible Man.
What's he doing showing his butt like that? Got his butt sticking out. Pervert. He's making coffee.
So here we go.
He's all
There we
gussied
go.
up. Look at you, English.
Wow.
Okay.
Isn't it like 2 in the morning? It's all dressed.
yeah, it's just coming up to.
Wow. Oh, that means you must have a hot date with a radio show, right?
Yeah.
That's why he's all dressed?
He refuses to wear a T-shirt. He said that.
I didn't even own t-shirts. What's a
That's what I'm-
t-shirt?
That's what I'm saying. Like you refuse to wear a T-shirt. Said it like back in January or February, whenever we talked about it. He refuses to wear them.
Have you got a problem with your mic? You sound fairly quiet.
Who, me?
About it.
Yeah.
That sound better?
Yeah.
Say something.
Something.
Going down.
Earlier, all the electricity went out in southern Illinois.
Oh.
The entire grid went out. I just...
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What the heck happened, Roger?
They gave some crappy excuse, said that it was equipment failure. I personally think that it's infrastructure.
All right.
It's
You got 30
terrorists.
seconds.
Terrorists. Hey, they didn't want you to be on the show tonight, Roger. They were
They're running out of money, is what it is. Stuff's failing.
Oh.
Private sector, come on.
Yeah.
Has it been a
Here's
wild
your
ride for
countdown.
everybody?
Here's your countdown, Nancy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is October the 8th, 2025. It is actually Raphael's birthday today. So, to my significant other, I'd like to wish him a wonderful, wonderful birthday as he lays with his leg elevated above his heart in the bed, wondering how his leg. It is his birthday, and like I said, he's been of good spirit because I don't know how good a mood I'd be in if my leg was all cranked out on my birthday. But it is what it is. Welcome everybody to the show. I'm actually really, really excited to do the show tonight because I Roger Hansen. If he, I guess, game the show on a subject that he had been researching for, I don't even know how long now, Roger. How long have you been actually researching Sanatron?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't know for sure exactly either. I know that I've been seriously doing it for about 1.5 years now, but it goes even beyond that.
You know, it's interesting because earlier in the week, Roger going back to Metatron because Metatron is out of the Book of Enoch and supposedly was, I guess, in other words, God elevated him to an angelic being. So I thought it was fitting, and I am so sorry if my phone is breaking up. For some reason, I have to mute notifications when I can get a second here. It's going nuts. But yeah, I thought it would be a really, really cool show to do tonight, just to, give Roger the time to, basically get it all out. He's done so much research on this, and I was really doing it. So I asked him during the week, would you mind doing it? Because it's something I want to hear, I want to learn about, and I want to hear where his theories are going with that. And I just thought it would be really cool for once to try to stick to something that's, not political. Well, it could be political. I can make anything political. Trust me on that one. But it really is not. But it is one of those unknown factors that I find so intriguing. And, in fact, y'all, if you're looking at the chat tonight, I was dropping information about different things with UFOs, different historical things going on, UFOlogy, because, again, I find those things interesting. The fact that there was supposedly a pact in 1954, I believe it was Dwight D. Eisenhower that made a pact with the Greys and took power from what would have been considered the Nordics. So very, very interesting. And I'm kind of on this roll right now where I'm trying to get people to look at history. Why? Because we keep freaking repeating it over and over and over again. Even Roger had playfully dropped something in the chat about Halloween and 666. It was a video, and I knew he was doing it jokingly, but of course, I have to be me. And I'm like, well, actually, 666 is kind of like the universal number of perfection. It's actually kind of like the representation of God incarnate, because we are carbon-12, and carbon-12 is the enumeration of carbon-12 is actually 6, 6, and 6. And it was very, very interesting because I always found it really weird that religion singled out a particular number as evil. Because I am not a coincidence believer. I'm not a person who thinks that was just something very strangely, they just happened to come up with this number 666 is evil. When in all honesty, 666 is really the definition of the makeup of the carbon makeup of humanity. So Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe in causality there. I don't think
Sorry,
that's a.
sorry,
I think
Nancy. Sorry, Nancy. Just one point. I thought 666 was a mistranslation. It should be 669.
369. 369 is actually that is what
Goose drank wine,
that was
monkey chewed
actually
tobacco on the
Tesla.
streetcar line broke, monkey got choked. They all went to heaven on a little rowboat. Clap hat.
Tesla.
I don't even know where to go with that. I don't even know where to go with that. No, Tesla was 369.
That's what I said.
And yeah, he believed that 369 was the number of universal perfection. But again, if you do the carbon breakdown of carbon-12, it is literally 666, which is identified and has been identified for, I'm going to say, a couple hundred years now as the most evil number pretty much in history besides 13, which is another one that's been totally misrepresented, by the way. I'm like, what? Because the Crusaders, pretty much executed their guy on Friday the 13th. Yeah. Okay. So that just makes it a bad day for everybody historically for the rest of our lives. I don't think so. But that was why I think it was April the 13th, 1265 or something like that. Where it was actually, I can see Mark's face. It was actually, believe it or not, it was a hit ordered by the Pope to take out the leader of the Crusaders because the Pope felt that the Templars had way too much power, and they had garnished all this wealth and power when they were over in the Middle East, and they were beginning to basically break off from the Mother Rome. It was really interesting because they setting up a banking system, and Rome didn't like that so much. Now, what I find really, really interesting is that the banking system at that point was pretty much, what we would consider the Jews. And they were still scattered throughout the world. This was not like out of Israel, because Israel proper did not exist in the 12th century. You had Palestine at that point. So that whole area was, it was not considered Israel. In fact, if you said the word Jew or Jewish, they look at you like you had 90 heads because they really wouldn't have been very familiar with what you were talking about. Most of the Jews at that point had migrated to Ethiopia or had gone into other directions. In other words, they were not really in that area, and those who stayed in the Palestine, quote-unquote, area were nomadic, just like the Palestinians are. So, in fact, I've always heard that argument that why do the Palestinians care about the land of Israel? Because they were nomadic anyway, so they had no claim to the land. I'm like, oh, that's a good one. Good. Yeah, they were nomadic for like 1,000 years on that land, with different areas. Should have come up with a better one than that. But, God, I told you I could make anything political. But, like I said, it's very, very interesting how history gets misrepresented. And like I said, I think the number 666, to me, it is a huge coincidence or a stretch to say that they just picked that number out of nowhere and there's no correlation at all to carbon-12. I am a firm believer that there is incredible knowledge that humans have been able to access for thousands of years. I definitely believe we've had societies that may have actually been more advanced than we are that have pre-existed us. Definitely believe that. I say that there's a lot of historical reasoning why I say that. If you look at like the Dogon tribe over in the Middle East, you look at different tribes, you're going to see knowledge.
The Babylonians were, and the
they're
Egyptians and the Assyrians.
Yeah, knowledge of
yeah.
astronomy was insane. Like insane. Even over here, you've got some of the Native Americans in the States where they had absolute accuracy on their star maps. The Mayans, very, very advanced with their star maps and with their timekeeping. So again, I have a lot of reasons why saying I believe we are probably the 6th or 7th incarnation of intelligent society, and probably the dumbest of all of them at this point. I think we still have to mature, but I think humanity keeps repeating its foibles. And it may not have been humanity pre-existing us. I think maybe 1 or 2 of them were probably human, but going before that, there could have been a different type of society here. But I think the same thing always catches up with everybody: greed. And believe it or not, I'm not going to say that they believe they're smarter than God or the creator, but I am going to say they believe they can outwit nature. And that's kind of, and I see us here now at this point in our history, that's what I see mankind doing. Let's just play, we're just going to screw with nature and see how it turns out, because we don't like these little bugs that nature produces. We don't like these little things that make us sick. We're going to feed you lots of drugs that kill your immunity system that would normally fight those sicknesses off. But yeah, let's just screw with the genetics here and there. Let's screw with the crops. We'll screw with their genetics too. Nobody ever took into consideration when they started splicing our crops with, Roundup insecticide. They were genetically splicing the crops with it. We eat those crops. Those crops go into our digestive system, and our digestive system, or our gut, is the seat of our immunity system. It is where all of our immunity comes from. So you start putting strange things in there that don't belong, that aren't good for us. It's literally destroying us from the inside out.
Well, the medicine too is petroleum based. It's not food based anymore. It's not the herbal things. And so that's
nuts.
Yeah. And the 666 number, some manuscripts have 616. I'm just saying, just putting it out there for, I guess it's a different number.
I always wondered if it was Hollywood kind of magnifying the whole 666 thing to make it creepier. But because there's a lot of things that Hollywood has actually had a hand in, like literally, I guess you could say the saintness that we see now, or the whole, Vincent Price type deal. Yeah, that's all Hollywood. I mean, like I said, they really kind of set a bad precedent. And I wonder if it was on purpose also, because most people wouldn't know a Satanist if they met one. They would never know. They just met a Satanist. Ever.
Well, they didn't know about exorcism really very much either until the movie came out.
Do you know my uncle actually knew the priest who did that actual exorcism?
Really?
He knew. Yep. He knew him quite well, actually. And it was something where he said it was not a girl, it was a boy. And that it is still, a lot of that is locked up in the Vatican. They will not talk about.
And it was he got started with it with the Ouija boards, and he had a family member that they would do that, play Ouija boards. Yes,
it was his aunt.
Yeah, and it was in DC.
Yep. But that is a true story, folks. The Exorcist. Linda, oh my God, what was her? I actually met her too.
Linda Blair.
Linda Blair. Yeah. Yes, very much into PETA. I will just say that. But I actually met her. But I loved her assistant. Didn't so much like her, but loved her assistant. But The Exorcist was based off a true event, and it was really interesting because, from what my uncle told me, a lot of what they showed, it was Hollywoodized, but they didn't show a lot of things that were actually really scary. Like he said, that was all with special effects, but some of the things that actually occurred during that exorcism were like so scary, like so horrifying, that like some of the assistant priests that were in there like were damaged for life, like could not, never did mass again. They were literally put in a home for priests that are, have been psychologically damaged or injured.
Yeah.
Like literally, it destroyed them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm
And
not
it
a believer.
took a while. It took a while too. It wasn't just one time or
Oh
one
no, it took
exorcism.
years.
It took a while. Yeah.
It took years. It was like 3 years.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
They kept having to go back and ugh.
Yep.
I can't imagine. And I guess the
That
person doesn't remember, now they're clean.
Yeah, he never. In fact, they said he had no memory from the moment after. Like I think it was after the final exorcism. There was no recall of any of it, which is probably a blessing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Taken so long, it makes me wonder how they would know when you're done. Like, all right, is this the last one, or are you gonna have to call us back, or
No, well, that's kind of what happened. They thought they got it several times, but here was the thing: for like a year and a half, the priest that was presiding, my uncle's friend, couldn't complete the prayers. Like he couldn't finish the prayers because of all the activity that was occurring. It became too dangerous. Like two nuns were seriously injured. It was like crazy. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for people and I'm not a believer in demons and stuff like that. I believe in positive and negative. I don't necessarily believe in demonics. I think to me it may have been an interdimensional type of deal, but whatever it was, it had insane strength. And it was definitely capable of taking over. Like I know it jumped into a young priest. That's why he ended up in a facility for the rest of his life. It jumped. So, I always said to people, it doesn't matter whether you believe in demons or not. Whatever happened there had them, whether it was real or whether it was just a huge mind thing, which is possible, but it had them convinced enough to where multiple people were heavily damaged by that entire situation, all to save this kid, which I thought was quite remarkable.
The demons, as some people believe, or as a school of thought out there, is that they're the souls of the dead Nephilim, which they come from the uniting of the angel, the angels and the humans, the human women.
Actually, that kind of works into Thanatron with Roger, because then Metatron, one of the reasons the book of Enoch was left out of the Bible and left out of the New Testament was literally because it spoke of the Nephilim highly, a lot, quite a bit actually. Mm-hmm. And that was not a subject matter I don't think any of the main religions were super comfortable with, at least not with their population. Probably because there was a little bit of an affinity with both Judaism and Christianity to kind of do the whole multiple worship thing. And there still is an affinity with both religions to do that. I point that out all the time, and I know they get mad at me, but I'm like, I don't care. You guys, you pray to the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, the three is one, triple God. That's fine. I have no issue with that. But a lot of Christian religions pray to the Blessed Mother. They pray to they pray to the saints. They give homage to the saints. Each saint has a representation. So in other words, you have Saint Anthony, the finder, the blessing of animals. You have Saint Teresa. You have all these different saints, and each one represents a different thing. To me,
especially when you talk about
Catholics.
Like Mexico and so on. Yeah,
yeah.
They revere Mother Mary more than Jesus.
They do.
Almost.
The mother worship, yeah.
Well, that's because they had the appearances in Guadalupe. So you have
it was before then.
Our Lady of Guadalupe, yeah.
But before then, they had pretty intense Mother, Mary worship.
Oh yeah.
And that's all Catholic. It's not Protestant. No,
I do. The Protestants don't. I do know that. But I do know, like I said, that's not just the Catholics, but yeah, there's a heavy, and even like I said, the saints, all of it. When you're praying to somebody, you were told, no, I am the larger God. Thou shalt have no other beside me. So I kind of
that's why the Protestants had a problem with it.
Yep, that's why.
No,
I'm like, guys, y'all are kind of doing pantheistic shit right now. I'm just gonna
put
that.
Yeah.
And I've always said it's not very different than paganism. And Christians get really mad at me when I say that. I'm like, dude, it's not. I mean, each pagans had gods that represented things in nature or things that they wanted, you know, positive and negative. They put names to it. It's just a bunch of labeling. That's all it is. I mean, it's
Right.
That's why I always say, don't get confused with the labeling. Just take away the religious moniker and look at the person. Is it a good person or a bad person? I mean, if they want to drink your blood and eat your babies, they're probably not good people. Just gonna put that out there.
Well, that's a real departure from the original, you know, belief of the first century, you know, believer. It's a whole Catholic thing. And you can see it's just Rome revisited, rewritten. And, you know, it's all that all over again. But
the Vatican
Enoch,
got very much, Vatican went very much into money, though. So they were.
Or if they want to suck on baby foreskin, let's not forget them.
no, I don't think the Vatican did that. That's circumcision.
Yeah, that's
we all know who it is. Come on, we don't even have to say it. We don't have to say
it. Talmud. That's Talmud. That is Talmud.
I don't understand. I don't understand why they would, you know, because in the Bible they used a knife. So I don't. Yeah.
All I remember is when my poor kid when Anthony got circumcised, I was just like, oh, ow, 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 ow. I remember changing his little diaper going, oh, God, I'm so sorry. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Fire engine red, that poor kid. Oh,
but I was there working in the nursery when they would do that. And they would always say, oh, they feel pain, but it's sort of diffuse. They don't know where it's coming from. But the important thing is that they had that vitamin K so they wouldn't bleed. Because they don't get that till, you know, in their gut and until they're 7 days old. That's why they always waited to circumcise them.
Yep.
7 days.
Well, you know, they don't do vitamin K anymore in the hospitals. Really? I thought that was very interesting. Yeah.
Well,
it kind of got forbidden. Why? Because it has a lot of healing attributes to it.
I know. Well, that was the rationale behind it.
Oh, B17 is another one. Yep, B17 is another one. All right. But I tell you what, guys, I'm going to actually, I'll give it another 2 minutes. I'm going to take us out to break. When we come back in, I'm going to have Roger take it from the mark. Roger, you ready for that?
Roger.
I don't really know because, like, everything you guys have discussed has absolutely nothing to do with one another.
That's because I wanted to do the first quarter, but I want you to take it, mark, and go. Because
I can't follow that, dude. I'm talking about like the brain and shit. It's like you guys are talking about Satanists and shit, and
dude, but that was
eating
fun.
babies and
we're getting like
sucking on baby foreskin.
Yeah.
Oh God, Ralphie. You know, I told everybody it's your birthday. I didn't tell everybody how we are.
Talk about intimidation. Thanks, guys.
Don't forget exorcism.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Exorcism. Oh. Yeah. Actually, the other one that was true is the entity. A lot of people didn't know that either. The entity was a true story. But haunting in Connecticut, I know her. I know Carmen very well. So there's that too. Oh, God. Okay, I'm taking us out to break. When we come back, Roger, suck it up, brother. Suck it up. We're going to get into
that. You should say that following Raphael.
Yeah, happy birthday to you. All right, we're taking it out. Yep. I didn't tell him how old you are, baby. I was very good.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm halfway to my walker and shitting my depend.
Oh, please.
Well, I don't think you could do the walker. The walker would have been a hot mess with your leg, but okay. Taking us out to break, guys. When we return, Roger Hansen is going to give us Thanatos and Brain and lots of cool things. We'll be back in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
At least it didn't sound like Vixen's fault.
Hey, Vixen's fault, whatever.
Yeah.
Fart.
Oh.
She said fart.
No, fault.
I'd say fart.
Did you get a cast, Raphael?
No, I got a brace. A hinge brace.
They gave him a hinge brace.
Okay. Well, something, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I guess something.
now here's the fun part. We're sitting at the ER for the VA, getting all the scans redone.
David,
and I'm
where you
watching.
at?
I'm actually watching.
I
as
got to
they're
go
doing
there
the X-
tomorrow, Mark. I
Oh,
can't hear.
lucky you. I was there the other day.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
I'm actually sitting there watching as they're doing the X-ray, and I can see the 2 fractures in the X-ray. Right? I'm looking at it. And the doctor comes in. He's this little Oriental dude. So funny. He was really funny. He comes in. He goes, "Well, I don't know. I gotta call in the ortho because I don't see nothing. I don't know. I gotta call in the ortho." And then he neglects to tell us that there is no ortho there. So, and apparently they don't like working on weekends. So we were there literally all day into the night waiting for this ortho to read the x-rays. And he comes back with, "Oh, yeah, 2 fractures." I'm like, "Yep, I can see them." Like, I said to Rob, I can see them plain as day. I was like, but
This guy probably needs glasses.
well, you know what? It wasn't
He had
his specialty. Yeah, he did. He was funny though. He was so funny.
You know, like a new prescription.
Well, he goes, "Okay, so now we gotta get you ortho. So ortho will call and make an appointment. We're still waiting for ortho to call and make an appointment." It's
Yeah.
just- what a hot mess.
A few moments later.
But at least he's up, and he's actually, like today, he was up and walking on it without the crutches. That's his physical therapist saying, "You have to do that because otherwise you're going to atrophy," which is
like a mother.
something I kept warning him about. Be careful because the more you keep that immobilized, the whole leg, the worse it's going to get. So you really do need to move around. And so he's been up moving it around, and he did a lot today. Like, I was a little worried.
Too much.
Yeah.
Well, but they immobilized the broken parts so they're not moving all around because that would be like torture. The bones.
No, he does. He has like I said, he has the one immobilizer. He wore it until we got home today, and he took it off and asked me to wash it because he was sweating. And I definitely don't blame him for that.
Yeah.
So we took it apart, and I put it through the laundry for him. And yeah, we seem to be doing okay at this point.
And they didn't
So-
say surgery, so that's good.
We don't know yet.
Oh gosh, no, they can't wait.
We still
that long.
don't know. Well, that's the thing. I mean,
Good night.
until we see an
Don't
ortho,
close it all the way.
we don't know. And the thing is that they were told when we finally did get all of his records together, we get them, we go back to the VA, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's going to take us 2 weeks to upload these, so you might as well go to Tampa and just get it all redone," which is what we were trying to avoid.
That's crazy.
Well, they told us as an option. They didn't say that was the best option.
Yeah.
It's a cluster.
Yeah. It was a cluster, and then we bring the disc over to Tampa with us so they can at least see the X-rays before, and they couldn't even upload them because it's a disc. And he looks at it, he goes, "What computer has a disc?" And I was like, "Oh, do you have a library? Because the library will have a disc. It will definitely have a CD on it. The computers in the library, they always do."
I've
30
gotten
seconds.
an awful lot of CAT scans, and it's always a disc. It's always I'm in out of Philadelphia hospitals here. They're very good hospitals. It's always a disc. They should
Yep. Yeah, we
totally
had
have
those.
something to read the images.
We had those in Tennessee too. Discs.
Apparently, at the VA, they use USB
And
or they upload.
here's your countdown.
goodness, they should have
5,
both.
4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
As I snort with laughter coming back on the air. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is October the 8th. It is a Wednesday evening. It is 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, somewhere around there. I don't know. We're getting there. And as I was coming back on the air, my dog decided to get stage fright. And when she gets anxious, she coughs. So I was like, "Shh, stop coughing." Alrighty, but we are back, and I am going to hand the reins over to Mr. Roger Hanson, who's probably sweating right now, biting his lip, looking for his cigarettes, going, "I'm going to kill her."
Not today, Satan.
Can't smoke in the house, so I'm screwed there.
Say, open the door, crack it open, and like pull your headset as far over to the door as you could possibly get.
May the Spirit of Christ compel you. Yeah, there you go.
Spirit of Christ compel you. All right, Roger, take it away. What is Thanatos?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say it's Thanatron. Nancy
No, I keep doing that.
She keeps calling it Thanatos, and it's okay though, because I'm the one who basically coined the name Thanatron. So don't go on the internet trying to Google Thanatron, because you ain't gonna find nothing about it. That's something I came up with. Now, for me, this all goes back to something that I've even said back whenever I started hanging out with you guys, and it for me, I personally believe that it's all about the physical, the psychological, and the spiritual when it comes to law of this. If you can't have one without the other two, they all work together. And another thing that I wanted to point out before I start this was that, and I've said this all the time too, I personally go against the grain with what a lot of people believe, that the spiritual can't be proven when it comes to science. I believe that it's actually can be proven scientifically, and I've been finding a lot of good results by doing the research into it. And it kind of goes into what a lot of this has to do with. Now, when I first started doing this, I had to start out with the brain, and what's going on within the brain. So that's basically where I guess I'll start here, particularly with the cerebellum and its relationship with two things. One's called the mossy fibers, and another one is called the climbing fibers that interact with the cerebellum. Now, the one thing that you have to understand is connectivity, okay, when it comes to cognition. The brain isn't just like a collection of isolated regions, okay? It's a web of interlinked circuits. Now, within modern neuroscience, it reveals that memory, even within like one single life, it's not stored in like a single archive. Instead, it emerges in patterns of connectivity across neurons, and they're usually sculpted by rhythms and activations that take place. Now, this is where the cerebellum comes into play. Now, it's one of the most amazing structures that's involved in the process. And this involves the cerebellum, the mossy fibers, and the climbing fibers. Okay. Now, the mossy fibers, just so everybody knows, and I really don't ever have the information available so that I can tell people precisely what these fibers, what their functions are, but I have it now. So the mossy fibers, basically, they connect granule cells to neurons within the hippocampus. And what they do is they provide streams of structured information, conveying the context of like ongoing experiences that we have. Now, what they're doing is they're grounding perception and action into patterns of order, continuity, and memory. Now, mossy fibers provide these steady, ordered signals that anchor cognition. So that's where we get cognition from. They keep raw sensory input grounded, and what they do is they ensure that that experience isn't chaos, but structured into recognizable patterns within the brain. Now, what basically happens is these mossy fibers pull in streams of raw natural activity, and they deliver them in coherent rhythms of higher processing centers. Now, these higher processing centers, this relates later on when it comes to the spiritual aspects of what's going on that relates to your brain as well. Now, the whole thing about mossy fibers is they connect different layers of neural processing. They link perception to memory, raw input to higher cognition, stuff like that. They provide rhythm and sequence. They structure signals into pattern activities, and that can be stored and basically recalled later on. Now, after that, you have the climbing fibers. And these climbing fibers, they deliver like bursts of disruptive input into the brain. Now, these are sharp bursts, and they're used for transformation within the brain. Now, their signals arrive as powerful error messages, okay, and that forces the system to adapt and reshape itself. That's the brain. Now, these errors aren't failures. They're just basically a catalyst for the brain so that it can produce growth. Now, in the cerebellum, climbing fibers burst drive and correction that goes on when you make mistakes. Okay, and what it does is it ensures that your actions are more refined in the future. So every time you make a mistake, what happens is these bursts creates an error message that freaking corrects what's taking place so that you don't do it again later on. Now, when it comes to that, you got to think of it like this. Just as each life refines the self through experience, the brain refines itself through repetition and adaptation. And that's really what's important about the brain in particular, not just the human brain, but any animal's brain. This is what it does. Learning is cyclical, all right? And signals regularly repeat itself. While that's going on, memories consolidate only after a lot of rehearsals, basically. So whenever you do things over and over again, that's when memories start to consolidate. Now, climbing fibers, they spiral upwards like vines, okay, and they carry raw signals into what I was saying earlier, higher integration, information that is unshaped and unrefined, basically. Now, how this makes sense is even though we don't physically see what's taking place in the brain, the things that I'm discussing right now, the brain is unaware subconsciously of what's happening, okay? Or it's aware of what's happening subconsciously. But even though we aren't aware of it, like in everyday view, we don't see the brain and the function taking place. So consciously, we aren't aware of what's happening with these climbing fibers and these mossy fibers. But our brain is, all right? Now, it's just like with the heart, okay? I don't have to consciously tell my body that it needs to pump my heart. I don't need to tell my lungs that they need to breathe. My brain subconsciously takes care of those functions. Not only does it take care of it, but it knows how the heart and how the lung works. It knows everything about it, even though I'm unaware of it. And the reason why is because it controls it and it takes care of those functions. So it knows everything about that, including the cerebellum, the climbing fibers, and the mossy fibers. Now, what happens is when we step out into the world and we go out in the world and we see things like vines, we see things like ladders, we see things like trees, we automatically, subconsciously link to those objects because our subconscious mind relates that to what's taking place within our brain. Okay. So subconsciously, our brains are telling us what these things do because that's how it works within our body. Now, like I said, we are subconsciously aware of these climbing and mossy fibers. So when we go outside and we see these trees and these vines and ladders, we connect to them on spiritual ways, and that's something that you can see all throughout history. Like you can see the references to ladders, the references to vines, and the spiral part is there something that's really something that sticks out when it comes to that kind of stuff. Now, before I get into the whole spiritual part, I want to talk about the psychological stuff too, because like when it comes to like growth, knowledge, and ascent, these are things that are natural, but without alignment to balance, you got to understand that collapse is inevitable. Conversely, when ascent is guided by rhythm, order, and rootedness, it becomes a bridge between the material and what you'd refer to as the cosmic realm. Now, neuroscience, it tells us that learning doesn't occur in a single flash of insight, but through repeated cycles, like I was just talking about. Now, over time, repetition transforms signals into memory. Okay. Raw signals basically lie at the heart of this process. Now, the brain, in the brain, raw signals are fragments of activity before they're shaped into coherent perception of memory. Okay. Now, they're incomplete. They're flashes of information that are just waiting to be given form, basically. So with that, what happens is you have dreams, you have deja vu, you have sudden unexpected fears, and these things might surface because of these fragments of information that's sitting in your brain. And when I'm talking about fragments of information, is like when you go out and you see all of this stuff and you hear all this stuff and all this information is being transmitted into your brain, it's just fragments until it's turned into memories. Now, if you turn around and you look at it from this point of view, if memories tap into what's referred to as quantum coherence, then traces of consciousness might survive the bodily death, basically death, you know what I mean? Now, you have dreams, you've got deja vu, you've got unexpected fears, stuff like that. But with quantum coherence, this is where it goes to another level. It goes into the fact that it might actually survive actual death. And the reason for that is because it's encoded in entangled states or subtle quantum fields, basically. Okay. This would allow the transfer of memory impressions across lifetimes into what's usually referred to as non-local realms. Okay, think of the memory as rhythm rather than static storage. So if the essence of life is pattern vibrations, then those patterns may exist outside of the brain and woven into the rhythms of the cosmos. Okay. Now this is when a new nervous system develops that we start talking about it aligning with these patterns like a tuning fork. And that's where it starts retrieving fragments of experience that don't technically belong to the new body. So say a baby's born, and a baby grows up to be about 5 years old, and all of a sudden this little kid's having memories that aren't supposed to be there. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Does it kind of work like audio, like acoustics? Because that's very interesting that you're saying that, because when I think about like vibrations and frequency, I can tell you that with Amelia Earhart, they, like, I think it was 10 or 12 days after her flight, there was a radio message received from her, but it was received well after the fact of when it was sent. And the reason it was still going, well, number one, the audio, obviously audio waves never really die. They just keep expanding. But it had basically repelled off of certain areas that were heavy with iron ore. So the signal didn't break down in strength that much. So it was still a cohesive message. Are we kind of talking something like that?
Yes.
Where it's...
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
Memory may exist beyond matter. And
yes, I agree with that. Yep.
And it's accessible through altered states, trance, and death rebirth transitions, which is reincarnation, basically. Now,
is it accessible through trance because of the vibration or the frequency that your brain goes to when you go into a trance-like state, meditation, whatever? I know your brain frequency alters when you meditate. You go from, I believe you go into theta. You're altering states of frequency and states of perception when you meditate. So I mean, is it along those lines? Are you basically tagging into a frequency or vibration? This is what I mean. I couldn't wait till you did the show because I have so many questions. Simple. I know I sound like a child in the classroom, like the teacher wants to smack me right now, but it's so true because, again, I have my own experiences, and I can tell you that when I dream of future events, I'm in a totally different state of frequency than when I have a normal dream or when I'm just, when I'm conscious. And I've always told people that my body heats up like a thermonuclear reactor when I'm dreaming like that. Like I actually push pulses of heat out of my body. So I know my frequencies and my chemistry are reacting to whatever I'm doing. That's where I said to you, I think I'm remote viewing because it's like I'm astral projecting. So it's
remember memory. What I just said, memory may exist beyond matter. And okay, now instead of the brain being a hard drive, it may be more like a radio, like you were talking about. Okay.
I would agree with that. Yes.
And it organizes, filters, and interprets. But the signal, the memory field, it exists outside of it. Okay. Now, we did a show earlier where it showed that through experimentation with plants and through research such as like the dish brain and CL1 through cortical labs, that it was basically established that the consciousness works independent of the body and brain. Okay, so those are the things that you really need to key in on, like consciousness. It works independent of the body and the brain.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I would agree with that. Yep. I 100% I agree with that. Because again, your consciousness, if we're tracking correctly, your consciousness is most likely attached to the electrical pulse or the magnetic field of your body, which means it is a separate entity. It's totally separate. And
It's a life force.
Correct.
That you're
It's
given when you're
intelligence.
born. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's
Right.
why on those things that you talked about, the dish one, you can have the mossy fibers and some, but to power that quantum computer or whatever, but for it to become sentient, it would have to have that extra. It would have to have its own something extra from the consciousness. Wouldn't you agree with that? Don't you think that's something different?
Well, see, this is where it goes to a new level, a higher level. Now we talk about higher order in reincarnation. Okay. Now, are you guys aware of what higher order is?
I've never heard that term, but I'm
reincarnation with.
Okay.
I was gonna say, are you talking like Dalai Lama higher order?
Or are you talking like the higher order of thinking?
Or higher order of thinking, which also goes into the whole spiritual aspects as well.
Like Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
So basically, a
genius. Genius is in that we've had conversations with genius, and what that actually is. We've never really been able to get into that too much, but genius basically is in alignment with higher order. Okay. One way to understand higher order is through the concept of emergence. You guys know much about emergence?
I don't know if it's. I don't know if I'm
emerging
using
church.
Okay,
I was gonna
so
say, I don't know if we're using the same terminology. Emergence to me would be basically the refining of yourself. In other words, your soul is complete. You are tracking lifetime to lifetime, or you're tracking spiritually from one end to the other. To me, that would be emergence.
Okay, so the human produces thoughts, it produces insights and creativity, and the thing about it is that when it does this, it has no single neuron that knows all of it. Okay, you have variations of brain architecture that represents ways that the brain builds alternative architectures for supporting like higher order integration. Okay, and that is something that comes from emergence, basically, and variations within the brain.
But isn't it also true? Like even male to female differences, that the memories will be stored in different places or can be retrieved in different places. Is that okay?
Right.
Okay. It's not just one place. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Now, when you take that into consideration, you got to look at figures like Mozart, Einstein, Galileo. Then you also take a look at like mythic inventors like Daedalus. And then you also look at like star children. People.
Indigo children, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now they're usually framed as like harbingers of new eras. And the reason why they do that is because they break down old paradigms, and they're portrayed as like archetypes of like this cosmic group of cosmic bridge builders. You know what I'm saying?
Does that have to do with archons?
Archons has a lot to do with this. It's actually the other way around. Now the biological system generates unusual cognitive signals. Okay. Now myth interprets those signals as archetypal patterns. Okay.
Okay.
Now both science and myth agree on one thing, that genius is a part of a larger pattern. All right. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand, that myth, religion, all of them. Even science agrees with it. So I'm going to stop because you guys are coming up on a break.
I was going to say, I've got to take us out on our break, our midway point break. And I'm kind of glad that Roger's allowing us to ask questions in the middle, because I think it's kind of breaking it down a little bit more so we can kind of get our heads around it. I know exactly what he's saying. It's just, I think he uses different terminology than I use, and that's why I'm trying to clarify different things. But when we return, we're going to continue this conversation, and we're going to prove to Mark that this does somehow connect to Einstein and Atlantis. That will happen, Mark. You just wait. We shall return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
Okay, we're on radio break.
That thing seems... No, I think Roger's... I mean, you're on just so much, Roger, with the Mossy Fire. Even Jacob's Ladder, people, religiously and biblically speaking, Jacob's Ladder has always been seen as an actual physical representation or a mythical representation, but many of us believe that it was actually the spinal cord. It's a representation of the spine leading up to the brain and the veil between the spinal cord and the pineal gland.
Yep.
So, again, very, very cool stuff, and you are definitely onto something. I'm with you. In fact, you sound like a Scientologist in some ways. I just wish Scientologists
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, no, they've got some very interesting beliefs. Like, I can see why there's a lot of people who follow Scientology, but they're so creepy about it. It's like, dude, why you gotta be so damn creepy?
Have to break out your Dianetic meter.
Yeah.
Now, what's crazy is that whole thing was a dollar bet between L. Ron Hubbard and who's the other guy? The guy that wrote Dune, Frank Herbert.
Oh,
they bet
God.
Did you know that?
Yes.
Look it up. It was a bet.
That kind of spooks me about Dune. I love Dune, but like when I found out about him and L. Ron Hubbard, that just kind of, oh man. And I mean, Dune was awesome.
But it's
so funny you're talking about that. I saw that film for the first time this last week. I thought it was pretty good.
Dude, I've read
the one with Sting in it?
No, they are.
I guess it.
All right. That went our room. So I will get us back up and rolling here in just a second on our next room. So hold on. Be right back with more Vixen's Vault. We are on radio break, but we are not over yet. Let me get the rest of the crew in here. 1, 2, 3, 1.
And we were gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, where's Vicky? I don't.
She's there. I think she's just on mute.
I don't see her.
She's not in.
I don't see her in the group.
Why do I show her in the group?
Raph's coming.
Oh, there she is.
She probably didn't
Okay.
hang up. There she is. Yeah.
And there's Jason. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that because L. Ron Hubbard and Frank Herbert both are very similar. If you read what they actually were, like if you read Dianetics and then you read the Dune series, because I have read all of the books in the Dune series, and believe me, there's quite a few of them. They're not really too far separated. I do think with the spice, I think he was trying to tell us about wormholes. I really believe that they had, because the spice folded just like a wormhole supposedly folds space. I think they had kind of like Jules Verne. They had access to information. I really do.
And
How does that work with Mozart? That is a musical one. I mean, is that a download?
Yeah, I'll take Edgar Rice Burroughs any day over that.
Well, see, Mozart, you got to understand with him, he was mathematical. His music was all about math.
Purely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they are. Usually people who are good at music are good mathematicians.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, and it was funny because, like,
everything.
yes,
Really?
he was.
Yeah.
But you know what, Roger? What's really funky monkey is I found out when I was in college that I almost purely math also, which is crazy because I hate math. I really freaking hate math.
So do I.
That's what I think about it. But apparently, because I'm very poetic, I think in lyric a lot of times. I do better with certain types of music. My professor's like, because you're a mathematical creature.
I'm still trying to grasp how a landmass that we can't find right now is connects to this. All right. Even more. How about you, Mark? How does a landmass that we can't find anymore that may may back up be connected to this?
It's a story. It's the story. You see, you're too busy looking for the land, and you're not listening to the story.
Sleep to the tail. Yep.
Okay.
I was just gonna say it's got to do with what's written about.
Why is it that the towers of Babylon in European paintings were always painted as a spiral? When everybody knows that nobody within the Middle East created frickin' spiral towers. It was ziggurats.
Ziggurats, yeah.
This was before science.
Who said the Tower of Babel was even a spiral?
That's what it was portrayed as.
It may be portrayed as that, but that's not that was never the case for that area. And
why would it even
if
be?
Marduk was the one.
Why would it even be painted as a spiral? That's the whole question.
Who was doing the painting, though?
Yeah,
Europeans.
Exactly. Europeans did the painting later on, centuries later.
Right.
Yeah. So they didn't have or they had some other
the spiral.
But they're the same Europeans who also depicted unidentified flying objects in their paintings.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
those guys. Yeah, in Victorian paintings.
And the fact that they chose the spiral as the symbol. You see what I mean? It's like the spiral is what's so important. This goes with the climbing fibers within the brain that we subconsciously, spiritually connect to things like trees and vines and ladders.
What about Fibonacci?
Have you seen the plans for that new Tower of Babel that Bezos or whoever is building? I don't know if it's going to be Google's. No, seriously. But this is actually going to be structurally, it's a circular with trees and all this business.
Oh,
Wow.
A space elevator is nothing but a Tower of Babel. Okay, if that's what he's trying to do. A space
The nano
elevator.
micro tubes.
Because if you really think
I've
about
heard
it,
of
that
that.
would be what they were trying to create. All right, is that what they were is that what they were trying to do?
I tell you what,
Space elevators.
The Russians made an institute of a double helix in
Yeah.
DNA. Because they were making, biological.
This double helix. The double helix is what? A spiral.
Exactly.
It's a spiral.
Mm-hmm. And the brain, the brain doesn't need science to understand this stuff, because on a subconscious level, it knows how your body is freaking working. It knows everything about it. Okay. It doesn't need math books and science books to understand it, because it's taking care of you. It's making you breathe. It's making your heart beat. It knows all of this stuff. You might not know it, but your brain does.
Okay, well, that would be the parasympathetic system, which is automatic.
But it also
the automatic system.
It explains placebo medicine in many ways, because you literally
placental medicine.
Placebo medicine, a placebo, where people believe they're being cured
30
because their brain is
seconds.
telling it's.
Then you could take that to stem cells.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And flush him down
Oh,
the
I don't know if
drain,
I like stem cells.
which will cause a spiral, right? Okay.
Yeah, we're spiraling down. Yeah, their conversation spiraling down.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Wednesday, October 8th, 2025, 10:05 p.m. Happy birthday to you, Raphael. Again, I'm going to say it every time I come off break. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. We actually were having quite a conversation while we were on break, even though we all talk at the same time. It's quite interesting, but Mark was giving Roger crap about the spiral in Atlantis, but I know where Roger's going with that, and I'm not going to shake his logic on that because I think he's correct. I think there's a lot in symbolism that people do not understand. They overlook it. And they say, well, because of the, like Mark made mention of the time period, Vicky made mention of who drew the actual rendition of the Tower of Babel as a spiral. Well, actually, I did say medieval times, but I can tell that there were manuscripts found from I think it was the 2nd and 3rd century that depicted the Tower of Babel as a spiral. So for that particular area of the world, that was not something that was common in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it was completely unknown, to be very honest with you. So it does
the Romans had that land, and they were from Italy, right?
Spirals, but yeah, but you do spirals.
Well, spirals you'll find in Rome. You'll find spirals in Rome, and you'll find them in labyrinths all around the area.
Yeah,
even in Greece.
Sorry, I'm just reading it. It's actually specified in Genesis, chapter 11, verse 1 to verse 9.
There he goes! Damn, Mark Edward with the save.
That would probably be a rewrite. I doubt very seriously. Yes, whatever, dude. I mean, I look at geography. Ziggurats is what was native to that area, so
that's what they.
But again, you have to look at where were spirals more commonplace. China, ancient China. I can tell you there's a couple areas of the world where, and again, I'm going to make mention that supposedly during his missing years, Christ traveled to China. That is something that has been repeated multiple times by different groups of Christians. Can't be proven.
Yeah, but it's probably apocryphal. That can't be right. No, that's not right. But anyway, it's apocryphal. Just go ahead.
It's not that hard of it if you think about it, because Chinese Empire actually extended over into what's Pakistan now.
Jesus is he was a carpenter, and they worked together, so they wouldn't have gone on walkabout. Yes,
he was not a carpenter.
He was a carpenter. They even said in the Bible. Yes, in the Bible it says, "You mean Jesus, the carpenter's son?" Because they were asking, who
carpenter's son.
Well, just realize too what I was saying though, that this spiral thing doesn't necessarily pertain to just one religious group or one ethnic group. It's the human brain. So all of us, this is something we all have in common. That is within our brain is this climbing fiber that spirals upward. Okay.
Well, and I find it interesting, when you do time warp depictions, when they create them for television, the creative, I guess you could say, combination of writers, they always do a time warp as a spiral. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Always.
Yep, they do.
So you have
in nature they say. I was just going to say, in nature, they say everything is a spiral. The golden mean spiral, right? The golden mean ratio.
The Fibonacci.
Right, Fibonacci ratio. Sequence.
One good turn deserves another.
You guys want me to keep on going with this higher order thing? Okay, so
I'm good with it.
Now, in reincarnation, higher order may be the gradual refinement of self across lifetimes, which is commonly referred to as karma. Now, in spiritual traditions, the hardship of one life is said to drive the growth of the soul, which eventually is refining its path across different incarnations, rebirths. So higher order is symbolized by ascent to heaven, the climb to greater understanding, and the return to a cosmic balance, basically. So now we get into Atlantis. And as well as Atlantis, I also want to mention the World Tree, which is another big thing that I've really been learning about, because both of them reflect the cosmic principles of balance. Okay. Now this is where Atlantis relates to all of this stuff. Atlantis, everybody's really big on a lot of the other stuff, but they don't really want to take the context of where Atlantis warns of what happens when order is lost. That's imbalance leading to destruction. Okay. That's a part of this that needs to be looked at. And then after that, you have the World Tree, which demonstrates the structure of maintained order, which is the roots, the trunk, and the crown of harmony. Now, together, both of them embody descent versus ascent, which is also collapse versus connection, imbalance versus integration. So when in harmony with the greater forces of the cosmos is broken, the center can't hold, and descent into chaos follows. That is where all of this comes into play. So looking at ascent, we find stories that pertain to ladders, vines, spiral staircases, which echo climbing fibers. This all goes back to that part of the brain. Now, to understand this, you have to understand that spirals, they symbolize rhythm, cycles, and the winding path of transformation. Okay. Unlike a straight ladder, the spiral forces you to circle as you rise, revisiting but never repeating the same position. Okay. This is almost identical to how climbing fibers function. Okay. Almost identical. Now, in Mesoamerican myths, sacred vines connect shamans to the heavens. Then you have the North cosmology with Yggdrasil, which is the World Tree, but that's the Nordic version of it. And its branches, they form bridges between worlds. Now, my most favorite one is the African and Native American myths, where ladders of reeds or poles connect the earthly worlds to the sky. That one's actually one of the coolest ones that I've found. Now, unlike vines or spirals, ladders represent structured ascent. It's a stepwise process. Okay, so that's the difference between the spirals and the ladders. The ladder itself, it represents structured ascent. And the fall of Atlantis, you have to understand that came because ascent, which it was technological and spiritual growth, it outpaced the ability to remain aligned with the cosmic balance. Okay?
Yep.
Now, the whole thing about climbing fibers is raw transformative ascent. Okay? Now, like Atlantis's ambitions, it spirals upward with energy and unpredictability, and it seeks growth. Now, the thing about this is when climbing fibers ascend without the guiding framework of mossy fibers, the pattern destabilizes, just as Atlantis collapsed when its ascent wasn't balanced in cosmic order. Okay? Now, this also corresponds with the Tower of Babel. Okay? Plus, when we take into what we were just talking about, the portraits that were portrayed during the Middle Ages of Europe, where it depicts the tower as being spiral. Okay, this is something that really stuck out to me after I started doing the research, and we were having this huge conversation about this, and it's everywhere. No matter where you look, it's everywhere. And it's like I said, when you step out into the world and you see these things, you are spiritually connecting to these things around you, because this is what your brain subconsciously connects to because of the functions that I just explained there. Now, when it comes to the world tree, ascent is built into the structure itself. Okay, it's the proper channel of growth. It's a sacred climb where each level prepares one for the next. Okay, now that goes into the mossy fibers, which is structure and order. Now, like the world tree, these mossy fibers ensures signals follow rhythm and organization, grounding the ascent in structure. You'll find that in the Inuit and the Hopi tribes, they tell stories of spirits returning through children.
Yes. And the Ute also.
Yeah, yeah. Now, children recalling past lives, visions under trance, or spontaneous deja vu. And these are all things that serve as proof, basically, of reincarnation. And when it comes to like the skeptics who are actually doing research into this stuff, they even find that these reports are really, really striking. The fact that a lot of the stories that are being told by these children are really outspoken. I've checked out some of them myself, and they are pretty amazing. Now, the whole thing about it is it goes back to these climbing fibers, which that carry raw, powerful, and often unpredictable bursts of signal-like sudden insights, visions, and emotional surges. This is what's referred to as the spark or the divine inspiration. It's the lightning bolt from the gods, basically. The dream visitation or the mystical revelation. So the thing that it really comes down to is if consciousness is not only an emergent property of neurons, but also a field that extends beyond them, then memory might not be limited to just the brain. It could exist as a pattern woven into the cosmos, and all it's doing is waiting to be carried into a new vessel, like those children with those past life experiences.
So that links to like the Akashic, or basically the fifth. They call it the fifth sense, the Akashic, the center, the spirit, which I always found interesting because, like I said, you've got within paganism you have the 5 elements. You have the 4 determined elements, air, water, earth, fire. And then you've got the 5th element. And the 5th element, not like the movie, the 5th element is spirit or the Akashic, or basically universal memory. And again, for beliefs that are incredibly ancient, I find it just mind-bending that they were so scientifically advanced. Because that's why I've always said I'm not a worshiper of science, but I do believe I agree with you, Roger. I believe science and spirituality walk hand in hand. You cannot possibly have one and not the other. It's they're synchronized.
But if that information was imparted by, say, a divine being from the divine council to humans, where is that a problem?
No, I mean, because I've even told you before too, I honestly believe that humans were fundamentally created to worship. It doesn't matter if it's a deity or if it's aliens from outer space that created us
Well, that's
genetically to be their workforce.
we
Okay.
we all worship something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, look at
Money.
right, right, right.
Well, I mean, put it this way. I don't think. I mean, I disagree with that because I don't really worship anything. I think we're all interconnected. Everything is interconnected. And I do believe in a creator, but I believe that creator created us in its image and that we are kept down intentionally because the powers that be don't want us achieving what we should and could be. They don't want us encompassing that. And it's funny because the further I go
we
into
aren't the creator though. We are different.
Well, they always say God is within. God is within. God is within. God is within. Well, why don't people ever take that seriously? If God is within, then why the hell are you beating the crap out of yourself, saying how horrible you are, how imperfect you are? The idea is you learn from your mistakes. You build. You're never going to be perfect. God is the creator's the only thing that is considered perfect. Okay, and even that I question. I think he probably made a few screw ups. Look at us. Hello. But the fact is that I mean,
he made it. Freedom of choice. We chose it.
But it's all a divine. It's all a divine. I was going to say it's all a divine balance.
Women and Asians can't drive.
Okay.
Now just remember too what I was talking about with the raw signals. Okay. Now these raw signals, they could be fragments of memory that go beyond one lifetime, unshaped and persistent, and they're waiting just to be given form by a new mind, basically. Now before these signals.
Memories, wait, Roger, wait. Let me ask a question. Would those memories be encompassed of all? Because whenever we say things like memories, we automatically go to human, and we're not thinking universally. We're not thinking, dogs, cats.
Remember what you just said about the Akashic.
Yes.
Well, and two, what about the Nephilim, those demon spirits running around?
Yes.
You don't think they don't have memories? That's what they do. They put in all that information into the person's mind. It's not the person. They're gone.
Think about it. Think about it. Think about the words, okay? You're using memories. Let's think consciousness, okay? Everybody likes to use the word deity. Let's use consciousness.
Yes.
Okay. Now these supposed deities, these supposed demons, what if this is a consciousness? Okay. What if we have these different type of consciousness floating around in the world that you're unaware of, I'm unaware of, just sitting out there waiting to freaking enter something?
Right.
Holy Scientology, Batman.
To be invited into, like by Ouija boards and stuff. Yeah, they have to be invited. They don't take over. No, that's how that guy got possessed.
Well, no. I think but not everybody understands that. I mean, here's the thing. I think there are people who are very weak in spirit and people who are very strong in spirit. People who have weak attachment, people who have strong attachment. That's why we have people who are, constantly trying to end their life because they don't want to be here. And that's not necessarily inviting something in, but it's also not saying don't come in. If you don't want this life, and this is, I think that's absolutely horrific that there are actually people who are on this planet who absolutely hate being here and have no use for life at all. Because to me, life, no matter what form it's in, is a gift. It's a gift. And even if that gift is meant to make us relive all of our mistakes from a past life, it's still a gift.
But
you love.
Is that the Thanatos thing you're talking about?
No, actually, we're actually when it comes to a lot of what we're talking about here, this actually goes into technology too. Now,
yes.
When you look at all the stuff that we've had conversations about, and you think about what we were discussing here, it's not that far of a leap
Roger, hold that thought. Hold that thought. I got to take us out to our final break. Guys, when we come back, Roger's going to complete that sentence and wrap this into technology. Oh my gosh, this has been a hell of a show. I've really enjoyed this. All right, hang in there. We shall return with Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break.
Dave, where are you?
You scared him off.
I'm just listening. I'm letting Roger talk, and I'm just listening to the conversations because if I interject, it would throw a monkey wrench into all your systems.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you don't have your Encyclopedia Americana or Britannica at your fingertips, all updated. So you can look all this stuff up.
That's why that's why Vicky and I are both talking to Roger, because he's using the terms that because he's done a lot of really in-depth research. He's using the terms that he is equated to all of this. Vicky and I are using terms that most of the rest of us are going to use to define it, and as we're thinking about it, Vicky from her perception, me from my perception. But I get where Roger's coming from with this, and he's not. I'm telling you, he's not wrong.
Okay,
he's not.
I will say, all right, it could connect to Atlantis, but not the way that the intended In Search Of talked about, and the actual physical search that they keep doing yet today.
Yeah, but you know what? You're bringing up Atlantis, which where are you getting the information from on Atlantis? Unless you're unless you can go to the Akashic records.
He's talking about the spiral as described by Plato. Because you forget, Atlantis
Who
itself.
was Plato? He was nobody. He was a poet or something.
He described Atlantis as in the
You
center
tell him,
of
David.
He wrote a couple books, Plato.
But he described.
They weren't even New York bestsellers, David.
It was in the middle of
Oh my God!
I was wondering when that started.
It's all
That's why when they look for evidence of Atlantis, they look for a landmass with a spiral type of fortification.
It's off of Florida here. You know, we got the deep. Once you get off the continental shelf, it's down there. Hell, I knew about this.
Edgar
50 years
Casey
ago
told you all about that. He said it'll rise up.
Well, Casey is another good example when it comes to this genius stuff. Like nobody even wants to understand where that comes from. Like Casey was actually doing things that he shouldn't have been able to do.
Right?
Because he was a receiver as a medium.
Yeah.
That's what Casey was doing.
Right.
Yeah, he was able to tap
radio.
into the records. Yeah,
tapping
exactly.
into that frequency. Mm-hmm.
See, exactly.
Yeah, I can't wait until
What do
you.
you guys
I want to see how you connect this to Valiant Thor. All right.
No, no.
That's a different channel. Same channel. Right?
Oh my God! Come on.
Even though I think it would be cool if there was a Valiant Thor, that would be just so awesome. But it's not even a part of the equation for me.
I mean, I believe. I listen and believe all this stuff on the reincarnation and everything that goes on. My mother wrote a book on it. I grew up around this stuff. I mean, my parents were beyond what most people dealt with their parents. My parents were. We talked about this stuff, and I learned it. That's why I'm just a non-sectarian Christian. I don't care. Whatever the books say, it's his story. Whoever wrote the book or was ever in charge at the time, that's their story, and that's what it is. So how do we know whether it's truthful or not?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
He said so. The writer said so.
And
the word of God. Oh, there you go.
And Nancy, you mentioned that, or somebody mentioned that.
All right, look easy, David. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October the 8th. What a fun and exciting break. That was David got off his chain. Somebody let the dog out.
Let the dogs out.
It's the champ. Let Champ out.
Everything you guys been saying. Everything you've been saying is, I agree with what you're doing and what you're saying, and with Roger did a lot of research and Nancy's thing. I read a book in 1975. My father sent it to me, and to me that was like the whole organization was all put together, and how we're aligned on this planet. There's an organization set up. And somehow I don't know personally know how, but I was told years ago, I mean, 50, 60, 70 years ago, and that we always have there's like the silver cord, which I believe you're talking about the spiral, Roger, with that we all have it within us, and it's just there, and that's why people just disappear, or their bodies are there, and they just go on about their way, because we never know when God's going to, or whoever's in charge, whether they're going to yank the cord and pull you out of the body and say, okay, it's time to leave. And
well, actually, that goes back to mythology.
That's not the rapture.
That goes back to the Greeks. Remember the Fates?
Yep.
They had scissors, and they would cut the strings of your life to shorten it or to cut it and end it.
Correct. But like I said, to me, there's got to be something to some of these things, because they continue.
Oh, yeah.
And they continue and they continue throughout time, and it's always the same type of story. And then you'll talk to medical physicians. Like I said, I was saying to
this goes
Roger,
back to the raw signals, though.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
And they're fragments. Okay. Now these in the mind. Okay, the mind and all of this stuff all relates together. These are fragments of memory that are beyond one lifetime. They're unshaped but persistent. Okay. Now, all they're doing is they're waiting to be given form by a new mind, like I said. Now, before these signals are integrated, they're just fragments, like incomplete flashes of experiences. Okay, so if reincarnation holds any truth, the raw signals might not only belong to this life's neural pathways, they could be imprints carried over and embedded in the deeper architect of consciousness. Okay, so
can I monkey wrench in there?
Yeah.
Could schizophrenics actually be an example of those fibers being quantum entangled?
That schizophrenia is the dopamine center of the brain is overworking. I mean, that is just crazy. So I don't know that that's a chemical thing, and that is,
but
different.
Also, like I said, my uncle worked with schizophrenics, and he made some very good points in his thesis statement. He was a double doctorate. And I mean, he basically made schizophrenics. He had studied like tribes in South America where they were completely isolated, like no books, no television, no reporters, no contact to the outside world. And when the ministers went in and would interview them, they were drawing pictures. These schizophrenic young people were drawing pictures of ancient Chinese deities that they had no exposure to at all. And the question was, how did they see it? How did they know?
Right.
And he was beginning to postulate that they were actually jumping. So a form of quantum entanglement, where they were in two places at one time. They were somehow dimensionally displaced in their brain.
Like Padre Pio in their early 1920s or 19 teens.
No.
If you guys know about Padre he was a Catholic priest, and he used to be able to locate and be at one place and then be at another place and have a conversation with other people. And he had the stigmata in his hands also.
He was beatified because of that ability. Correct.
Now, have you guys ever heard of Ian Stevenson?
No.
Okay, now he is a guy who did some studies on children in reincarnation research, and he found out that some of them seem to have like these raw memories, name faces, places that only later got pieced into coherent patterns, basically. And these early flashes resembled unrefined raw signals, which were like bursts without integration. Think of it like this, like raw signals are the sparks, like I said earlier. But they need mossy fibers, the structure, the rhythm, the order to turn these into meaningful patterns. After that, the best thing I can recommend to do is check out Ian Stevenson, and then I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Rupert Sheldrake.
Nope.
Nope.
No, he's another guy. He had a hypothesis on something called morphic resonance. It suggested that memory is stored not in the brain alone, but in fields that basically transcends the individual. Okay.
Magnetic fields. That would make sense.
What about like in quantum computers where all that information is stored in the electrons, like in water?
Mm-hmm.
But
again, with what he's saying, that's possible. I mean, I don't think people understand that everything they study in science, electrons, protons, neutrons, these are all part of your chemistry. These are part of your makeup as a human being. And whatever they're capable of doing at some level, it's capable of happening within your body. That's why quantum entanglement, I have no issues with quantum entanglement as a theory at all. Because I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, absolutely. Because that would explain quite a bit. Mm-hmm. That's why I loved when quantum physics started becoming an actual field where you could get books and read it, because I love to read. I don't like, believe it or not, I don't like researching on computers very much because I like to have a tactile book.
Right.
I will tell you that. With it, right?
Well, I can always, you know what? I like sitting. It's retarded, but I really like just sitting reading a book, even though I speed read, so I'm through it in like 2 hours. I still like holding a book in my hands. I do. The computer, your eyes start burning after hours.
Maybe Nancy, maybe you're psychometrizing the book and while you're reading at the same time, so you get that full feeling in the.
Somebody else said that to me, and I'm not playing, because they actually did an experiment with me about 15 years ago up in St. Augustine. They brought me into the Spanish military hospital, and they mixed up a bunch of tools, some that were fake artifacts, some that were real artifacts that dated back to like the 15th century. And they had me put my hand above each tool to see if I could determine what was real, what wasn't. And I'll be damned, not only did I pick out which one was real, but I told them exactly what it related to, because I could see it.
Yeah.
And it was weird because that was my friend. That's George Mercado. He and I go back a long way. And he just looked at me. He goes, first you hear EVPs in Spanish. He goes, you're the first person I've ever been with that actually heard it in Spanish. And I was repeating it out loud because I'm like, what does this mean? I don't know what this means. But I never knew I could do that. And I said to him, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this. And he was like, well, you're not comfortable with anything you can do. And I'm like, this is true. But
with this morphic resonance, though, it's you're really onto something there when it comes to this, because like if it's true, then memory could function like a broadcast signal. Okay, each brain basically is turning into and shaping patterns that are already present in the universal field. Okay, now in this view, memory is a resonance phenomena, not a fixed physical archive. Some physicists have speculated that information at the quantum level, like you guys are talking about, that it may never be destroyed, but it rather redistributed across like the fabrics of space-time.
Yeah.
So many mystics, especially in traditions like Hindu, Theosophical, the esoterics, esoteric Christians especially, they speak of like a cosmic memory bank, and that's where the Akashic comes into play. Okay.
Yes.
Now this isn't stored inside of neurons, but it's a universal medium. It's a subtle energy, basically an ether of consciousness. You know what I mean? And that's where it starts getting into the technology. When you look at this stuff, you look at, and I always have a hard time saying this stuff. The last time I tried to say it, Vicky had to correct me on it, but it's the microelectrode, I believe is what it is. Microelectro arrays. You look at that and you find out that it reads and transmits neural signals. Okay. Now these microelectro arrays, which are called the MEAs, they're a small device with a lot of tiny electrodes. Now, basically, they're little conductive points that can detect or stimulate electrical activity. Okay. Now each electrode is so small that it can interface directly with a neuron or a small cluster of neurons. It can literally communicate with it. Not only can we talk to neurons, but neurons can talk to us.
Right.
Okay. Now, an array is like a neural microphone board with dozens of hundreds of these electrodes arranged in a grid.
Right.
Now, this lets researchers listen to neurons and talk back to them. Now, in the human brain, learning happens through plasticity. Okay. That's the strengthening or weakening of synaptic connections between neurons. Now, when a signal repeatedly travels along the same pathway, synapses gets reinforced. Cells that fire together, wire together is the old saying for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this mechanism allows us to form memories, recognize patterns, and refine skills. So at its core, biologically, learning is about adaptive signal transmission. Okay. Now, in computers, especially in AI and machine learning, learning is usually about adjusting weights in algorithm that mimic synapses. Instead of neurons firing, you have nodes in a network adjusting their influence on one another. Okay? Computers don't learn biologically, but they approximate it mathematically, reinforcing connections that reduce error in predictions. This is the abstracted echo of how brains do it. Now, when you pair living neurons with computers or AI, the same principle applies. But now adaptation happens on two levels. You have neurons physically rewiring themselves over time, and then algorithms learning from neural patterns and adjusting how they interpret or respond. This creates a feedback loop where each side shapes the other. So if you let this system run long enough, adaptation could take on evolutionary characteristics. Okay?
Right.
Patterns appear that weren't programmed or trained, like spontaneous rhythms or decision-making strategies. Systems begin selecting which adaptations are useful without external intervention. Entirely unexpected capabilities might even arise. similar to mutations producing new traits in biology. And that's where you start finding out that a lot of this stuff is connected. Okay, and for me, I personally will not believe that freaking science or the government, especially with what we talk about when it comes to DARPA, when it comes to freaking now I'm having a brain fart. But when it comes to all of this research with DARPA and freaking all of these alphabet organizations and the research that they've been into, that they aren't researching spirituality and that they don't understand the concepts that are taking place, because everything that I just everything that we've just had a conversation about is what they're researching. We just did the first episode of In Search Of, where the guy on there who was talking about plants having consciousness was an ex-CIA agent. Okay.
Yep. And what if they released recently in the last year that plants have a consciousness and they've proven it?
They've been discussing it since what, that first episode came out in the 1970s.
Well, that's why we had the article about when you mow the lawn, when that's the smell that you're smelling is actually the lawn, that's the pain of the lawn when it's getting
crying.
cut.
Yeah,
it's crying.
It's crying.
So it's like, every time I used to love the smell of fresh grass. Then I smell the fresh grass. I'm like, oh God.
Well, it's chemical tears. Chemical tears are smelling.
Got to cut my grass tomorrow. Okay, stop it.
Yeah, I'm sure Ralphie will be out there with the lawnmower. Go ahead, take it. You're gonna like it. But I mean,
I like plants. I don't like people.
It's those mossy fibers that get to you all the time, don't they?
Yeah, man.
But it's like, I feel like I'm living in the movie Avatar.
Yeah.
It's like truly everything, but everything is interconnected, and it's like they keep us so busy and so stressed out. That's why you say with chaos, they keep us in a chaos mode, because and we've been in a chaos mode for over 1,000 years easily.
Well, if you're given over to a reprobate mind, that's what happens. Like you talk about ascent and descent.
Encouraged. It's encouraged. This is what bothers me. Like even watching the news every day. Okay, and they talk about this horrible behavior in Oregon and this horrible this and this horrible that and Antifa and this and that and the But this stuff is encouraged. It's encouraged through videos, through television, gossip.
The transgender stuff. That's like the mind is not working right.
What's really getting bad about this is when you take a look at reincarnation and higher and lower order. Okay, now reincarnation through technology would be implying that the consciousness can be transferred from one being to another being. Okay, if they could do that with technology, that means that they can actually transfer the freaking human consciousness from one person to the next. Now, when you look at higher order, you got to understand what that really is. Higher order, and then there's lower order. Now, in the Congo, there was a tribe that actually believed in the big spirit and the little spirit. Now, this kind of goes along with what the Egyptians believed in when it comes to the Ka and mummification. They believed that the lower spirit was the one that was the Ka that stayed on earth with the dead body, and the higher spirit was the one that ascended. Okay? Now this tribe in the Congo eventually converted over to Christianity, but they incorporated some of their older beliefs into their Christian beliefs, which eventually became what we know as hoodoo or voodoo. So when you hear about zombies, you're hearing about that lower that small spirit, okay, which would be the lower order, where the higher order is going to heaven, reincarnation, and all of karma and all that. All right. So the question is if technology is able to reincarnate freaking the consciousness from one person to the other, does that higher order go with it? What are we going to be creating? Are we going to be creating a lot of sociopaths that are killing people without any kind of discretion whatsoever? Are we going to be allowing these supposed entities into like biological creatures that we're creating? I mean, what will we be creating if you look at it? You know, I mean, there's so many.
But that's why Soul Harvest, the patents for soul machines and such. This is why, you know, I know a lot of people kind of say, "Oh, that's just goofy. That anybody can do that and patent it." No, but no, I'm telling you, Roger's right when he points out that the spirituality within science is absolutely known by our government. 1,000%, and I agree with him on that. 1,000%. Why?
But they couldn't pick it up on a computer program. They didn't pick that up on a looking glass. And the Awakening, the Great Awakening, they couldn't get that. They can't read it.
I do think that this is going to stop what's happening. I think they've gone too far. And I think that I do believe in Looking Glass. I do believe that we did come upon a scenario that there was no way out for the deep state.
Right.
There was just no way out.
And they said a Great Awakening.
Correct. But I will tell you, is it plausible that they would be able to harvest your intelligent energy? Abso-freaking-lutely, it's plausible. Abso-freaking-lutely. It's a form of energy. Anything that is energy can be captured and harnessed.
What about clones? I don't believe that they are people. I mean, I mean, they have souls. I just don't. You can clone somebody, grow it up. Yeah, they're that. They don't have that divine spark in them because they were made by God.
See, I personally believe that they are leading into the research that's a lot more than what they're leading on to. Okay, like everybody has, and it seems like science wants to push this whole agenda, like, oh, we aren't into that whole spiritual thing. But I think they're actually lying about that too. They're very much interested in it, and they want you to believe that.
Well, World War II should have proven that. I mean, what was everybody after? If they were all after religious artifacts, they were actively looking for religious artifacts. Why? Why? Unless you believe there was power to those artifacts.
Well,
why?
They consulted the occult to get it. So that tells you it's all the other gods that, you know,
but that divine was the Vril. And the Vril are very... But the Vril are very border when it comes to a cult, because the Vril were actually considered to be star children or star seeds. So there's a really...
And let me point out something about Atlantis. Let me point out one thing about Atlantis too. Atlantis fell because of one word, and it's called hubris.
Yes,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're well on the road to go following them down that trail.
Right. Exactly. I'm glad you said that. Right?
And that's why you see those cycles in their cycles. Repeating cycles.
That's why I keep saying we keep doing it over and over again. But I mean, hubris. I mean, we've gone well past hubris. Have you met Bill Gates? Have you met George Soros? We've gone well past hubris. Okay, it's like, you know. In fact, I said if there are alien groups watching us, they're all shaking their head, like they're all doing the whole head to the desk thing at this point. Because seriously, we have gone well past hubris. I mean, you've literally got people who are setting themselves up as deities and controlling everything that is occurring.
Exactly.
But that's why you see the awakening. That's why they couldn't see it. They couldn't stop it. You know,
no.
You see a religious revival, and you might say, no, that doesn't exist. But I mean, how else do you explain that?
Well, I think religion has to exist in some form because I don't think mankind, honest to God, I don't think we're developed enough to be a conscious human being that doesn't have to be afraid of a God to act correctly. I don't understand why we have a race of people that has to be afraid of what happens when they die to treat each other correctly.
It's called
or
the
treat
fall.
each other as they would want to be treated.
Because what's
Like
in their hearts, they're all bad.
Guys, I gotta take us out. We're done. Wait, guys, I've gone past. I've gone over. Folks, I gotta close out this show. So sorry about that. We will be back next week, and I think we're gonna probably continue this because this was really awesome. And I know Roger's got more to give. Hang in there, guys. So, well, actually, don't. We'll see y'all next week. Have a great week, and join us for the Vixen's Vault next Wednesday evening, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
My goodness, you women.
All right,
are
before we
nuts.
get cut off, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to a different chat room. And DK is going to be joining us. I did add you back into it, Roger. One of the after show because you had left it before. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out and reopen it up in the new one. All right, and we'll call DK and Roger again from here. All right.
All right.
All right. All right, folks. Stay tuned for Legion of Chaos After Show. Another part of the Vixen's Vault. Won't you believe that? It is October, the Darktober month. Let's get the folks in here. David, Jason. Hello. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Mark.
You back?
I'll be right back.
Back. Roger's back.
Calling DK Spiracy all the way down there in the land down under. Her by it.
Yeah, he's New Zealand, right?
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
Isn't he in New Zealand?
Yep.
DK? Or is he in Australia?
I think he's in New Zealand. Pretty sure he's in New Zealand.
Okay. I don't remember, yeah.
Check one. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Yeah, Jason, you're good.
Something's wrong with
looks
my
like
camera.
Vicky
Yeah, he's from New
dropped
Zealand.
out.
DK.
I don't know. Hold on, let me try to get Vicky back.
She better jump back in. I think my last words were, but Christianity is a cult. Oops.
What? Oh,
yeah, it is a cult. But it is. Hello? The body and blood of Christ. Hello? The resurrection. Hello? It's a cult.
Indeed, they eat his flesh and drink his blood.
It's called cannibalism.
Hey, welcome back, Mark.
Hi.
Break.
Roger, that was incredible,
And
by the way.
while I take and do
Appreciate
this, because we are in after show and things can get mucky, I am going to cut a few platforms. Oh, yes. Welcome to
Good night,
Darktober, folks.
Roger, like I said, that was incredible, dude. That was incredible. And I know we can get another show out of that easily because we were just starting to expand it out into like
I
technology.
think you could probably get like 30 shows out of that if you broke it down. 30.
Well, because it's everything.
I mean, because it's like very heavy stuff.
It's not. It's everything. Roger just uses really technical terms. That's why Vicky and I kept saying, talking because there are ways to break it down, make it a little less technical. But
that's,
what he's saying
that
is
was
incredible.
broken. That was the broken down.
I know. I love the project.
Just
I
put
know.
that out. It took me 3 days to freaking make that small.
I tell you what,
I
was going to say, I was taking notes during